I feel like I've spent my life pretending you're a great guy and trying to be like you. And the ugly truth has always been
that I'm not that great a guy and you're exactly like me.
am I evil?
Worse, you're smart.
I'm out of excuses to not be who I am. So, who am I? What do I do?
True.
I bet that isn't true.
Fresno
Muted
is
myself.
just
Whoops.
ass.
Here's what I'm trying to say. Here's what I have.
Also,
Here's what I'm trying to say.
Hi.
I have a problem. It's nobody else's fault. It's my fault.
Very
I'm very
crimes.
attracted to lesbians.
I also
and they're
think,
not
Jake,
attracted
that
to me at all.
you are
We're talking about
intrinsically
our guy.
hotter
Frequently.
because you're here.
Like, I will find someone attractive and I won't know their orientation. I'm like, wow, this person is gorgeous. I think they're great. And then they're like, oh, then they're gay, so they're not an option. All right, well, cross that one off the list.
And with that,
Anyway,
Hey, everyone.
hey guys, you know what? I felt that. I can't disagree. I can't say the same thing hasn't happened to me repeatedly.
Yeah.
Oh man. So, hello. We are starting a little bit late tonight, and I apologize for that. That's on me, guys. That's on me, guys. But we're here, and I'm very excited to be here. The first thing I'm gonna do is, please hold. I'm gonna put the going live tweet in chat, and nobody's gonna beat me to it because I'm so speedy. Never seen speed like this before.
I have.
Ah.
Sorry.
All right, there it's there.
interesting.
Yeah, I kind of want to unpack that, but not like
No,
this.
we don't. This is not unpacking. This is D&D.
Where we unpack things.
This is free therapy.
This is free therapy, except I don't have a license, which means you're not
Sorry,
allowed to
this is
sue me.
free?
Correct.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, that is how that works.
Yeah,
I'm not
If you,
paying you. You're not paying me.
Disclaimer.
yeah. If we explicitly state and you are under the full awareness that we are not professionals or licensed, then nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just free.
Yeah.
End of that sentence.
Hey, we may not be licensed, but we are
Yeah.
professionals. All right.
No.
Let's sell ourselves short.
No.
Are you getting paid? Do we have to
Uh,
unionize as the cast?
I know. Does it look like I know what I'm doing?
I would be a part of that union because I can't
I'm
afford
getting-
to pay you.
Perception of value is your perception of value so narrowed by
Oh my God.
capitalism that you can't perceive a value outside of a compensation structure? I don't have to be compensated to be a professional.
This is giving
Just have to be
hipster at the
good at what I
coffee
do.
shop, like type
Oh.
vibes. This is giving like barista, like still working for Starbucks. Like honestly
should
though,
become
happy
barista.
union to the Starbucks workers that are managing to unionize. Good
Happy
for them.
union and happy pride.
Yeah.
Starbucks is in Fresno are trying to block the unionization.
I hope they fail miserably.
I hope they.
I hope
Oh.
the workers. That's the word. I hope they
Charity.
succeed.
Haters.
I hope that they
Charity's
Okay.
going
on a
on.
dick in an unsexy or unpleasant way.
Sure. I was about to argue that that's not possible, but it is. We all know it is.
It is.
So, thank you, Kristen. Watching just the wall of you trying to steer the ship back has been great. Before we start, we do have some announcements. I'm not going to start with the stuff Kristen put in chat because it's a huge spiel, and I want to do the thing that's staring me in the face right now first. some of y'all have been gremlins and went on my throne and bought me a bunch of dice, which made me really happy. It was a really nice pick-me-up this week because I had a really rough week.
Are we unpacking?
We are unpacking. So I got 3
Hell
sets.
yeah.
There's another one on the way, and also my dice bag. Sachi got me a dice bag, and Cole, Gentle Them over on Everywhere, got me the Yasha set of dice off of the Critical Role shop. But Throne changed how they work, and you can no longer order from non-partner stores. You now have to buy everything yourself. And they implemented those changes right in the middle of my order being approved, so now I have to go back and reorder. It gave me the balance, thankfully, but now I have to go back and reorder it. So that's why I don't have that yet, but I just wanted to thank both of you and let you know that the order went through. Now I just have to go purchase it, and I'm waiting for them to give me... I tried to withdraw it, so I have to wait for the money to hit, but once it does, then I'm going to go get it, and I'll show it off on stream, because I will be using it and retiring my little dragon egg dice bag for travel purposes only.
Matchy.
Because he's a little guy, and he sleeps, and the dice are his egg.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going to become my travel
Fired that
dice.
completely?
No,
Okay,
no.
cool.
That's
You
going to
got
be...
me like, what?
That's going to be for, like, train rides or, like, when I'm flying, and I don't need to bring my entire dice bag anywhere. That's going to be my travel bag. Because it can fit a ridiculous amount of dice.
So what I'm hearing is that when they're like, oh my god, Liz, we need you to guest GM a short campaign for Dimension 20 or Critical Role.
When does that happen?
You're going to be taking the Dragon Egg dice
Any
bag
day now.
with you.
By the time anyone on Dimension 20 knows who I am, I'm going to be rolling up with my separate Laura Bailey dice bag that I'm going to call my backup bag that's just as full as the main one.
You can borrow.
Because I'll be 85.
Borrow mine.
So
imagine that my long con with this is that I'm actually like the creative head of Dimension 20, and I'm like, little did you know.
If you were the creative head of Dimension 20, you would have told me already.
Orion does a wonderful job doing that already. I would never,
If you were the creative head of Dimension 20, you would have told me already, because you would have been really excited about it, and I would have been excited for you.
For the employees of various D&D companies.
I want to show off the dice really quick I got, because they're very, very pretty, and I'm going to be using them tonight. I got 2 sets from Kristen, because they came together. I'm trying to show off how nice they are, and I don't think the camera's going to do them justice.
That's you got. I also have, so we're also matching in that regard.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Like
That's so
the metal black ones.
The metal
that
black
are
ones?
Purple.
Well, I'm going to show them
I
off
think
in a second.
Yeah, I have those ones too.
I just realized the flaw in my plan of trying to hold 2 dice sets backwards in my hand, so I'm going to go for the D20s.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for the D20s.
Yeah, it's messy, Liz.
I'm going to throw dice everywhere. These sets, I don't think the camera's going to get it, but these sets are sort of filled like with black ink like smoke. So they're not a solid color. It's like smoke passing through them, and then the same with the white set. The white set's not good. The white set's just going to be yellow, but yeah, they're really, really, really pretty, and I appreciate them very much. And then the other set I got was from Ren, who was kind enough to get me this metal set with blue and purple and orange. Oh yeah, we have the same ones. Blue, purple, and orange sparkles. They like change color under light, and they're heavy metal dice. They're really nice. I appreciate all of that. Thank you again to Cole as well for the Yasha dice. I'm going to be showing those off and using them once they come in. And then Sachi again for the dice bag. When that comes in, I'll be using it as well, but the order went through. I appreciate it. You're the best.
Preview of the Yasha dice.
Oh yeah, they're so nice. Yay. I love Yasha. She's my wife. So before we get into the game tonight, couple of things. First thing we're going to start with is the charity announcements. I'm going to try and keep this quicker than it's been going so far. So we are all summer long raising money for the Marsha P. Johnson Institute to help Black trans people across the country get the resources and help that they deserve, need, and shouldn't have to get, but yet here we are in 2022. So if you are looking for a cause to donate to, listen, real talk. I'm probably going to rant about this a little bit on Monday. I love the Trevor Project, okay? The Trevor Project has personally saved my life on a number of occasions. There are amazing counselors over there who volunteer their time to do great work. The Trevor Project does not need your money. And I know that's hard for a lot of people to accept, but the Trevor Project is everybody's cop-out charity, and they do not need your money. And in fact, they don't do what your money with you. They don't do what you think they do with your money. The Trevor Project is a great resource. It's a great hotline. I recommend anybody who needs mental health services or is in a crisis situation, use that. Use the Trans Lifeline. I'm not saying I'm not disrespecting them. I'm not disrespecting anybody raising for them. Like I said, charity is charity, and when you want to help people and people who are putting aside their own time and resources to do that, that's amazing. And it reflects really well on them, and it also reflects really well on the people who are on the ground trying to get that help to people. But on the other hand, the Trevor Project does not need your money right now. Look for more specific local charities. Look for where their money is going, the kinds of evidence that you can see about the programs that they're doing, all of that good stuff, because that way you know where your donation is going. Trevor Project also will call the cops on you if they feel it's necessary, and that's often a lot worse than the crisis you're originally in. So there's just lots of elements to it. Like I said, I'll probably rant about it when there's a more appropriate time. Again, no disrespect to anybody raising for them, to anybody who works there, any of that. I'm not saying this out of a place of malice. I'm saying this out of a place of there are a bajillion people raising for charities all across the rainbow right now. And I recommend not just the Marsha P. Johnson Institute, but look at the funds you're donating to and see where you can give directly to people who are on the ground or to smaller organizations. That's all. So in that thread, we're raising money for the Marsha P. Johnson Institute. And right now we have a community goal of $500. We're at $125 so far. And if you click the list under exclamation point incentive, there's like a link there. It'll take you to a master post of the incentive lists. I'm going to drop a new graphic for Stormborn's Curse, but I sort of like reflexively made a decision that for Stormborn's Curse, we're going to use the Cataclysm donation list. So you can now contribute to a community reroll pool that anybody can pull from. You can I'm going to try to avoid pulling from it, honestly, because it's in my mind more for the players, but you can do that. You can impose advantage or disadvantage on a player. You can force somebody to put their current dice that they're using in jail, which may not sound like a big deal, but to some of us at this table is like a curse.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, if they donate $10, whatever dice set you're currently using, you can't use it.
Or we can do that to the DM over and over again.
Or you could do that to me.
Or we could do that to the DM over and over again.
If y'all donate enough to make me put all of my dice sets out of commission, we'll have hit our community goal. So I'm not concerned.
I mean, that's an incentive to me. So.
Honestly, I mean, you could try. I have a pretty full tray, and I still have some in here. That's a dare, and I know some of y'all can't step down from dares. That's a dare. Seriously, though.
I can do that.
Next paycheck. Next paycheck.
In all seriousness, though, what's also there is the community goals as well that we have. There are smaller incentive goals so far. Next week, fingers crossed, I'll be playing Fortnite for the first time. Realize it's not actually my first time. I just blocked out the first time. But that also means I blocked out everything I learned, so it's basically the first time. With Kristen and Sarah and hopefully Sachi too. We just maybe, I don't know how many people play the game or what the kids are doing these days.
I play the Fort of the Night.
Yeah, I'd like to fork knife.
There are certain modes that you can do more than 4 people, but in order to do the Battle Royale section, you have to have, I think the max is 4.
Oh, well, that works. I'm going to be doing that for the first time. I'm also going to be playing Little Nightmares 2. We beat the first one. That was a really great time. I was very scared. We're going to do the second one. So that's going to be fun.
died no amount of times.
I did the whole thing in one run, and it was over a reasonable amount of time.
Totally reasonable.
Yes.
There's definitely not a death counter.
Real fast.
No, there's no death counter. What do you mean? Of course.
There would be no point. It would be
Look at that.
0.
Of course, exactly. It's counting.
Wait, we can count?
Huh?
No. That's why the computer
That's
does it
what
for
I
us.
Time to
That's what I
go.
thought.
Oh my god. They've got us. So that's there. There are also some other really fun goals. I know one of them is that I'm going to write Stormborn's Curse fanfiction on stream. And I will take suggestions. I am aware of the implication of suggestions, and I am accepting that risk ahead of time. So there's that. There's having me cosplay a character of the community's choosing, and then as another tier, the Stormborn's Curse character of the community's choosing. And then at $500, we're going to add another part to our Cataclysm miniseries that's impacting the history of my homebrew Faerun that our party is currently adventuring in. So that's very, very fun. Speaking in the realm of that, just a quick scheduling update. There might not be 4 parts anymore. We might tick down to 3. We had some really bad scheduling issues going on with one of the parts. I know the other parts haven't been announced yet. That's on purpose. I know it's supposed to be a 4-part miniseries. If things don't work out, it might tick down to 3. But my goal is, if we still hit the community goal, to add 2 more parts back in July, if we can make it happen. The goal was to have 2 one-shots in June, but stuff is just not working out. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna roll with the punches. But my goal is to keep it at 4 and add 5, and I'll keep you updated on that. And then there's also stretch goals over there. Don't even remember what I put, but they're over there and they're fun. So with that being said, walking everybody through it really, really quickly, if you want to impact the game, the stream tonight, what you can do. And I'm going to open this up to Twitter as well. I know it's not in writing. I'm going to repeat this, and I'm going to put it on Twitter. I'm going to edit the commands after stream, all that good stuff. But you can also now tweet at me, only at me. Please do not bother other people. Tweet at me with your donation screenshots. But what you can do, go to the marciap.org/donate and donate whatever amount of your choosing to redeem an incentive. Take a screenshot of the thank you kickback screen, and you can either do exclamation Discord in our chat and go to my Discord server. There's a channel there to dump your screenshot where only the mods and I will see it. Nobody else will see it. Or you can tweet your screenshot at me on Twitter, Dawn_Liz, so we can add it to the official tally. That's the only reason we're asking for screenshots, is to keep a tally, make sure people are donating what they say they are. So I know how much, I can put in the form at the end of the day when we're actually giving, say like, hey, this is how much our community put together. So, there's that. So there's 2 options now, Twitter or Discord. If you donate, if you want to bully our players tonight or bully me tonight, that's a great way to do it. There is also on the sheet, I think it's $20 off the top of my head, a Wild Magic Surge. You can also name NPCs. So there's a lot. There's a lot going on. I really encourage people. It's for a good cause. So, I think that's all I have to say about the charity stuff, and I'll probably repeat it again at break just because it's really important to me. I love making a difference. It's the reason I started this platform, so to help people. So I would love to continue to be able to do that. I think that's everything. I have some stuff coming up, but I don't know if I'm allowed to say it yet, so I'm gonna choose not to. As always, also, I know I just asked you to donate to charity, but another place, if you're looking at a way to help somebody in need, me. I had a lot of sort of stuff going on right now in my personal life, so if you're in a place to donate, this is not a transactional experience. You're not required to pay to be here. But if you are here and you do want to monetarily give and charity to the Marsha P. Johnson Institute, which is where I would prefer you put your money if that's not the place that you're going to go to, you can also go to my Ko-Fi to help me also cover the expenses of some of the incentives that are going to be coming up, as well as some medical stuff that's going on. So there's all of that. With that being said, I'm going to really quick, because I've already held us up with my ADHD brain, I'm going to speed us through a quick recap of last episode. So, last time on Stormborn's Curse.
Okay.
I've always wanted to do the voice. The voice is fun. Last time on Stormborn's Curse, our party continuing their stay in Taranth. Many sort of threads from their past have now risen to the top of the present. Renori, who had been not necessarily approached, but more stumbled into an opportunity to learn more about her past, took up the offer. After sort of her ego getting bruised a little bit, she decided to prove to both Faustus and Casper that she could in fact pickpocket, and ended up pickpocketing one of the Queen's Grand Mages. Thankfully, he was not insulted by the gesture. If anything, he was amused, and upon Renori's questioning of him knowing his status, he offered to give her answers about her past. She framed it like it wasn't hers, but we all knew. He offered to give her answers. So, with that being said, he said bring a friend, one friend, and meet him at the sort of Grand Mage Tower that exists in Taranth, which is sort of downtown a little bit, sometime in the morning, and he would divulge what he knew, and so the party went over a million different strategies to kill him, and ended up just going in, Faustus and Renori, to have a chat. Before we made our way into the tower, however, we did meet a couple of very charming characters, 3 to be exact. The first, Aurora, the bartender, who has been sort of holding down the fort the entirety of the stay, and we learned she is the owner of the place and that it's starting to go under a little bit, but even still, her charm and her quick and obvious applications of the arcane arts seem to draw the party in a little bit, as well as her good drinks. The next being Thorn, we're not really sure what Thorn is. Automaton, construct, there's a lot of words that come to mind, but Thorn being made of this bronze, brushed gold type metal and filigree, and so no face or facial features, simply just a dull blue glow that lights up in time with their voice. Thorn is the proprietor of a failed enchanted clothing shop beneath the sort of basement, in the basement area of the No Name Inn and Bar, and seemingly has a very close relationship with Aurora, although uncertain of what kind. And so the party actually took up Thorn on a sort of half-hearted offer of wares, and Faustus purchased an entire new wardrobe. Casper did, Tessa did. Who else bought something? Did anybody else buy anything from Thorn? I don't think so, right?
Thorn gave Raven the book
Oh,
to
yeah.
borrow.
That's right.
And
And
Casper a jacket.
that's right. Yeah. So, a few more purchases were made. You heard them. And we sort of concluded our business with Thorn. Excuse me. You know, I'm never sure if I'm just gonna throw up or if it's just a burp. It's just, life is just something, guys. So
I'm gonna add that to a quotes list.
yeah, that was really a winner. Dear God, life is like a hurricane.
Here in Duckburg.
So with that being said, the third of our charming characters that we met was Koi. Koi is a very intelligent, charming satyr bard who we met on a sort of a mission, I would say, outside of the No Name Inn, and Koi's bubbling, sparkling personality is just as bright as her ceramic violin. And her intense knowledge of both the musical arts and just city navigation in general, because she's a very physically bouncy person. She just brought a lot of life and unexpected light to the party's day. And she ended up accompanying the party on the excursion to the Wizard's Tower, offering backup and a distraction outside by pretending to. You made quite a bit of money. To busk with Raven's persuasive help to sort of draw in tips outside of the...
Oh my god, a violin performance!
Oh my god.
Here in Taryn.
Who could have thought?
This city has so much possibility.
I thought violins
Technical.
were extinct.
I gotta go.
You gotta go? Yeah, weird.
I'm making that how Raven actually spoke.
Canon, yeah.
Scanning. Scanning.
Outside of the tower as well, Raven ran into a mysterious tiefling who both Faustus and Renori overheard like the tail end of a conversation with her that Thalen Mars, our Grand Mage. What's happening? And she introduced herself as Rena. Question mark. I think that's what I said. I think that's what my lips uttered. Yeah. Okay,
You
cool.
said her name was Rena.
Yeah. She introduced herself as Rena, and she was on her way. With that being said, the party, with Renori learning some new, not necessarily conflicting, but horizons opening on the knowledge that she had, and some new, possibly disturbing information about those who may be responsible for the annihilation of her family and school. Faustus getting confirmation about some of the folks who work up top, and also some auxiliary information about his friend. The both of you leaving the tower, everybody converged back at the No Name Inn after a very eventful morning took us into the afternoon. Now, ideally, I would like to move us to the evening, but I'm not going to rob you of your time. So, if there was anything specific anybody would have liked to do this afternoon? Question mark?
I know that I said that Raven asks Faustus to teach her Mage Hand again.
Oh yeah, you would get that.
Mhm.
You just get
2
it.
hours. Nice. So that
You spend
if you
the 2
need it,
hours
could be
and
the
get it.
time skip of that situation.
Okay. Koi, technically this is your gig, but you do still have the freedom to do anything if you'd like.
Can I dance on tables during this gig?
Absolutely.
I am dancing on tables.
Roll me a performance check, and then hold on to the number for a second. Renori, did you have anything you want to do?
I don't have any sound.
I mean, I'm fine skipping ahead. The only thing was that Renori was gonna tell Casper about the conversation, but like that can also happen later, or
We could do it now.
okay.
That's not going to disrupt anything.
Can I give Sachi the help action with this performance check?
How are you going to help her dance on tables?
Like me,
I'm not asking judgmentally. I'm very curious.
I think that because I don't think that Faustus and Raven left that area.
No.
If my memory serves
you're
correctly.
I'm dancing on your table.
You're sitting at Koi's feet, basically.
I think that the way she would give the help action. Okay. You know what? Why don't you tell me how this should play out? Is no matter what Koi does, Raven is going to behave like it's the best thing she's seen in her life.
Okay.
Like literally, if she was just held in a room for her entire life, only seeing beige walls, and then the first thing she comes across is Koi dancing on tables. Like that's the type.
I think that would kill you. Like it would kill a Victorian child. Like
yeah. No, Raven would might die.
Yeah, I need you to roll a new character. That's too much.
You get advantage on your roll, but Raven dies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Instantly.
You get advantage, but at what cost?
Great death.
A life for a life. Koi, what's that performance check?
Oh, I rolled a natural 20 plus 12.
Ayo!
Let's go.
Yeah, I like this. Okay, so when you got here, Koi, you said
When the DM's like, I'll allow it.
no, it's not the I'll allow it. It's just the vibes are immaculate. Okay, so when you got here, Koi, you were sort of rehearsing. Like you played through a few tunes, but it was more sort of warming up, not really like starting a performance yet. And it is still kind of early. You have two sort of back-to-back evening slots. This one starting a little bit early and then you're skipping off. Yeah, what's up?
I have a question.
Yes.
I just remembered. End of last session, Faustus made me sparkly or
This
something.
is true. I
Oh,
forgot about
yeah.
Do I still smell like spring flowers and have like halo essentially? Is that still happening?
Mm-hmm.
It
Okay,
is,
so it's nasty.
permanent. It is permanent until I remove it.
Wait, it goes forever?
Correct. Because I have artificer levels now.
Oh, I thought it was like it like ended after like
It's
30.
called
Oh, this is
magical
something.
tinkering, and you can imbue a tiny non-magical object with a scent or a sound or some text written on it. There's a few little minor effects you can do, and I can do it on up to 3 objects at a time, and it's permanent until I if I die, it will fade after a couple of days. The rules are actually super specific. It's like if you die, then the magic fades after a certain number of days. Like, oh geez.
It's Faustus or Raven.
So, yeah, Faustus or Raven may die from this performance.
It's just that good. The vibes are just that great. So what? Okay, I'm gonna let Sachi, if you want, I'm gonna let you describe, like how Koi is performing and what she's performing. But here's the sitch. So it's middle of the afternoon by now. This is it's a bar and they serve food. So not necessarily a restaurant. It's one of those like bar and grill, but like there's only it's a pub.
Yeah, you can call it a pub. Yeah,
It's a pub.
I don't go out much.
Every time I say pub, I'm like, that's not a real thing. It's a real thing, and the entirety of England relies on
word.
pubs. So it's
Mairead
a pub.
bursts through my door in all her Irish glory. Like, what do you mean pubs don't exist?
I love pubs.
She'd go after you and not me. So the
I would face her wrath, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Would you? No.
The pub is busy. Not bar nightlife kind of busy, but people who need a lunch and are also coincidentally drinking type busy. There's a dull thrum of conversation to the place and a sort of not looping, but like, you know, you go to a store and it's clear that they only have maybe 10 songs on their playlist tops. So every time you go there, it's one of those songs, you know, but it's not the same one. Yeah. It's kind of that vibe. Like, there's a general quiet music that filters through the place at all times.
At least one Ed Sheeran song.
Yeah, exactly. Taylor Swift, because she canonically exists. That just, like, picks up and sort of sourcelessly fills the space. You came in, you rehearsed, you got the attention of quite a few people who were fascinated at the promise of a new show. Hopped up onto the tables, and people seeing you, like a whispered hush falls over the room. And you hear from the back of the room, there's like one guy who's drunk already, like day drinking champ. And he goes, hey bud, girl. And he's like halfway to throwing up. And he goes, I'm gonna give you a beat. And he starts slamming his empty mug on the table, and a couple of people are like, yeah, drunk guy, and start picking up, and they give you a little bit of a beat to start going with, and you're sparkling, and the scent of spring meadows is sort of drifting behind you. The stage is yours.
You know how, like, maybe, I don't know if this happens in real life, but, because I don't go out, but in movies, you know, where, like, it's like, people are passing by, and they're like, oh shit, it's bumping in there.
Yeah.
We gotta go check that out. I want that to be what's happening with my performance. I want to be drawing a crowd, mostly because it will benefit me.
Absolutely.
And my bottom line, which is money.
Money. Wow.
Give me.
Wow. We have a lot in common.
Give me that gold. But no, I want this to be the performance of this drunk man's life.
Okay.
I wanna be dancing around, hopping from table to table. Like, this is like, you know, like the Victorious.
Yes.
episode,
Yes.
where they hop on the table. Yeah. And maybe I steal someone's like French fry or something in the middle of it. I don't fucking know.
Okay. No, I like this. So
Not great.
I imagine sort of like, I don't know if this is gonna come through because it's just gonna be me clapping, but like
Reference.
there's a rhythm.
Gave me heartburn. That made me feel old.
Discord
Oh,
hates
Jake.
you.
Discord hates you. It's fine.
Whenever you speak, it does come through, but when you're not speaking, it just silences.
Yeah, that's fair. That's that noise suppression, baby. So it's a pretty like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like it's a quick rhythm that you can work with. It's not, you know, too fast for like, oh my god, drunk guy got hands, you know. So
Yeah, he's drunk.
you're able to sort of keep up with the beat that the crowd is now setting. And you start playing something
Like white people beat, or like a good mix of there's actual.
no, there's some rhythm. This is a big city.
Is
Someone
it
ain't
white
got
people,
rhythm.
but when Mr. Brightside comes on? Where they get turned and it's actually not bad?
No,
The one song white people can get right.
no. I know that's the one song.
You know why they can get it right? Do you want to know why they can get it right? Because almost the entire song, there's a fucking bass drum going do do
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
do in 1, 2, 3,
That's what it
4.
is.
Listen,
Can't
they
get it
can
wrong.
still fuck that up though.
Oh,
Trust me, I'm half
it's
white.
true.
Yeah.
It's so true. I'm fully white.
Right, my abs
I was in
hurt.
performance
I've been
choirs for
laughing
4
so
years in
hard.
high school and 4 years in college, and crowds would start to clap when we were midway through a song, and it was like, please don't.
You know,
Please
this is
don't.
true
It's
because
so
people
white.
mess up.
Stop.
They like clap on 2/4 instead of 1/3.
This is
and
like,
you're like,
yeah.
you're
Or at a
actually
different
losing your mind a little
tempo.
bit.
Or at a different tempo, you know?
You'd think "We Will Rock You" would be the easiest song to do
Oh,
on
God.
beat, but
Hardest.
I've heard it.
Oh, it's like how the
Honestly,
Friends
the farther apart
clap
the beats are,
is
the
a
harder it is.
challenge to do for people to do. Like they'll try to do the part,
And they're like,
and it's like they're struggling so hard, and I'm like, it's literally just a 4 count, and then that's it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
This is a sense of, like, there are a few people like that, whether it's because they're white or it's because they're drunk, it is hard to say. But for the most part, this is a sober crowd at lunchtime. You've got a pub full of probably sailors and merchants, people who might have also traveled for this festival as well. So yeah, there's some rhythm and flow in here. And as the beat is kicking up and you start a fiddling, you're able to even like time your hops to some of the tables, your jumps as well, which is nice. And what was your performance check again? It was a natural 20 plus 12, right?
32 total.
Oh, hell yeah. Here's what happens.
Can I just say that Raven's reaction to when Sachi starts playing is similar to what she did when they went busking, in which Raven will exclaim at a random point, "Oh my god, alcohol, food, and music?
Oh my god.
This is amazing."
In that voice, exactly.
Like she's a country bumpkin who like never saw or experienced life before.
There are a few people who sort of slur affirmations at that as well, or very much in tune with that energy.
She also
Koi-
uses her thaumaturgy to make the rhythm sound like more boisterous, like more people
nice.
are like doing the beat with their hands and stuff, and like pounding the bar table, like the bar top, stuff like that.
Question.
Yeah.
So I also have thaumaturgy. I don't know 100% the specifics of it, but I do know there's like, is there a way to like project my music that I'm playing louder with thaumaturgy, or would that be a difference?
You can make your voice louder, but because it's like flavor,
Yeah.
why not? We'll say your instrument's
Your
a part of
baby.
you. Why not?
You're hot for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You jump from table to table, and like the sound of your hooves impacting with the wood keeps up with the beat.
For the gods.
Oh my, yeah, I just like happened to
forgot it was
curse
later.
you mid performance, like
wild magic.
Where did those
sir.
come from?
as you hop from table to table, there's a certain table you land at, kind of close to the drunk guy, as close as you can get. Normally when the night crowds come in, they do on purpose push the tables into a ring so performers can sort of walk on them easier, but we haven't really gotten to that part of the day yet. And you land in front of him with 2 feet down, and this sort of miniature mirthful leap of yours sends some of the food and drink on the table up in a bounce. And there is a perfect, small, fresh basket of sliced fried potatoes that sort of tumble in the air, and you, leaning down, are able to snatch one between your fingers and bring and reunite your bow back with the strings, and like in between a spin for your next jump, toss the fry, catch it, and keep going. You've done this a million times before, and you look like you might. This man is staring, and not like you've made his day. You know, like this is those like people who go to, and I'm okay. Let me clarify. Disney adults yikes sometimes. But like when like a person's like all like super tough and whatever and like doesn't care about imagination, like goes to a theme park for the first time and then like
That's
their
my
eyes
dad.
light up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same way, that is also mine. You like just this
My father
magic in his
becomes
eyes.
more hardened and cynical when he goes into a theme park.
That's fair.
Dude, theme parks are my dad and I's like bread and butter. Like if we were any more
Same.
fanatic about it, we would be Disney adults, but we keep it
You
like
keep it under wraps.
we keep it under wraps. You know, like we
I love Disney and like dressing up going to Disney, but like I'm not gonna like decorate my house with Mickey Mouse heads and like
That's what I'm
Co-
talking about. Like
collect every memorabilia in the world.
like the woman
Well,
who
no,
paid.
okay,
I'm not
Sachi,
that
Sachi. I collect memorabilia from other places. I'm just saying that I'm not a Disney. Like,
Yeah.
I need the latest Mickey Mouse thing,
Oh, yeah, no.
collectible original drawing. and,
Like the woman who
but I
paid
know-
thousands of dollars to have Mickey and Minnie appear at her wedding for 30 minutes.
Yeah. Jake
Oh,
and
no, so
I,
they couldn't have catering.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw.
Jake and I know a family of Disney adults, and I don't know if Jake even knows who I'm talking about, but they literally had custom tile flooring put throughout their house with hidden Mickeys in it, put in places where they didn't know so they could continually discover hidden Mickeys in their own home.
Text me right now and tell me who this
Yeah.
is. If I know.
You do.
gotta be
If that were
kidding
me, I'd be
You're
like,
fucking
oh, I'm
kidding
just
me.
gonna go visit. I'm just gonna spontaneously visit just to see it for myself. Anyway,
I can't
I
even
would
imagine
fuck
for
with
this.
them. I would be like, oh my god, I found one near the coffee machine.
Oh.
And then there was not one there.
yeah. So
Sarah lies for
Coy,
attention.
God, that is
I-
so fully
I
unsurprising
lie
and
to
annoying
mess
to
with
me.
what I'm assuming is a very white family. Who has
Oh,
way
then I
too
just
much
lie for
money.
attention.
Mhm.
So Coy, as you continue your rhythm, and you don't have a huge performance space to stick through, but you're able to sort of, make do with what you have, and you pull off a really nice performance. Like, people are just enjoying it. We'll talk about sort of tips before you go to the next gig, but you're doing a really nice job, and like you're having fun, and the vibes are there. And during this time as well, Raven and Faustus, you're able to complete your study session at the table as well, even with everything sort of going on. I like to imagine you're looking at the books, and then every so often there's just like thump, thump, thump. It's like Koi's hopes pass by, but it's not so distracting where you can't focus. Renori.
Koi also has like 9 extra golds as like the thing. I'm just gonna
Okay,
let you keep
got
that for
that.
today. Yeah,
Okay. It's
because
my special little
Raven,
9 for the day.
yeah, Raven did like legitimately tip you. But like you can just keep that to sort of do the thing where you like put money in your violin case to sort of incentivize people to tip because it doesn't look empty. You could keep
Yeah.
doing that throughout your gigs for today.
You're hot for that. Thank you.
No
So,
problem.
while this is sort of going on in the main area of the tavern, and the music seems to be filling every wall, and there's sort of like even at the bar, like Aurora, who's with deft hands pulling like bottles and cups and filling them from kegs and all sorts of just between her using her actual hands. You see at one point even like a glowing like semi translucent hand even pitching in, and bottles simply carrying themselves like she's just twisting her fingers. It's just a dance over there, but even her work begins to align with the beat. There is not so thick a crowd in front of the bar as there was on previous nights, but she's still managing. And then you also see Thorn running back and forth, literally like Captain America sprinting with like plates of food and sort of deftly leaping over chairs and things, like way too intense for such a menial task, but everyone seems really fascinated and like enjoying it. They've got a tight operation running. Outside of the noise and the music and the light, Renori, as everyone sort of reconvened at the bar and you had a moment to sort of touch in with everybody, you would like to talk to Casper?
Yes.
Okay. I assume you would go to your room to do that?
Yeah.
Or would you stay in the bar?
No, it privately.
Okay.
I think I remember last session you saying that you went to your room too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to give you a chance to like change your mind in case you wanted to. You don't like
No, I'm good.
not in a threatening way, just like in case you wanted to, you know, like
You're like,
there's
Change
only
your
one
mind.
choice is an illusion. No, you make your way to the standard room through the inn, through the courtyard, where even their Koi's music continues to carry through the double doors and provide like a gentle, almost like music over tinny speakers kind of ambiance. That's pretty gentle. And you make your way to the standard room, and we'll say Casper walks with you for sake of simplicity. And both of you are in the room alone.
yeah, so Renori would immediately be like stretching, pacing around pretty anxiously. And
Casper
sort of
goes and opens the window.
yeah, like a lot of just anxious energy radiating off of her, a lot of like anxious physical tics. So it went well.
Okay, that's good.
Nobody tried to kill anybody.
That's also great.
He actually told us a lot of information, allegedly in good faith.
Surprising, but not unrealistic.
I mean, we kind of went in on him about was it really in good faith, and just pretty persistent. So
I don't know. I guess that makes sense.
he sussed out pretty quickly without ever directly saying it that my interest in what happened was personal and not professional.
Ooh, that's probably not good.
Well, there was also some alluding to you know, if I felt compelled to handle this problem on my own, it would not upset the queen to deal with this issue.
Dealing
And
with it implies you have someone to go after.
so I sort of wish Faustus were here for this part, but you know, it's fine.
Can be. I'm nearby.
Emotional
No.
support rogue. Artificer. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rogue officer.
So here's what
Rogue.
I've been going with Shadow Knight personally, but
Yeah, no, I like that.
But Art of a Rogue
Yeah.
is cool. Yeah, Art of a Rogue.
Yeah,
Shadow
it
Knight.
rolls off the
Boo.
tongue so easy.
Art of a
Anyway.
Rogue.
Art of a Rogue.
I'm gonna end up saying something bad by accident.
And I won't be able to
I
redeem
don't
you
know
for
what.
it.
I don't know what, but it just feels dangerous right now. So what he told us was that Furia, once, you know, war had began to pick up, upon hearing about aid from Rydell, specifically arcane aid, I think, you know, the king sent out a small detachment to my home after some assassination attempts failed. Decided to send out a little detachment of fighters, and instead of doing what they were supposed to do, they seem to have gotten carried away and just decided to wipe out our entire town. Dorn Blackwood, the king, that one, yeah, fuck him specifically. And Faustus and I are both very enthused by the idea of, well, skinning him alive, maybe. But you know, I tried a new spell.
Oh,
Look at me, I'm learning.
that's cool.
Thank you. Yes, it helps me tap into the history and public understanding of a thing or a person or a figure. Um, and yeah, so it sounds like this king is kind of hated anyway. So I don't think a lot of people are gonna be super sad
No, he's like
if
totally an asshole.
um and like his poor wife, that is a terrible thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Um
want to be married to such a sack of shit either. I don't know why she still is.
and then apparently there's a thing that I think he has two kids,
Okay. Are you thinking
but
like a
there's
ransom? Like what?
no, oh my,
I'm half kidding. I'm 58% kidding.
Renori like puts one hand just on Casper's shoulder, like, and the other one is holding her face. She's just
I'm
like,
sorry. I'm sorry. I reined it
"You're jumping the gun a little bit here, or jumping the dagger." I don't know
in. Guns
if
exist, babe.
okay. That that was more of a Kristen wondering, but thanks, babe.
Yep.
And um,
Was that Casper or was that Liz? These are the questions.
it's same. I don't need. I'm still telling you information. I'm not needing suggestions yet, Casper.
Got it. Mm-hmm.
So there's only one child known about or whatever, and that's Karen, who Kieran.
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 That is
How
gonna
did
be
you write it down?
Kerin.
No, baby. Maybe if we.
That's also an Irish name, and aren't you Irish?
Wow.
My brain.
You don't know every Irish person?
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh my god. No,
How I'm spelling
it's
it-
just something hard for my brain. I don't know.
How I'm spelling it is technically the Americanized way, because look at me.
Gaelic spells it with like a C or something.
Yeah. My best friend is named Kira, but with C I.
God, my name's Kira. Sorry.
I mean it could be. So
Oh my gosh.
I'm not gonna apologize
Alright.
for my actions. Kieran. Kieran.
That's not. You see, you say that like it's supposed to help me say it right. It's not going to. I can tell you that
If you
right now.
manage to find an A and K-I or E, I will be very impressed.
The thing is the other way I was spelling it, there wasn't an A.
That's true, and I failed to consider this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I made an effort.
we didn't need to work through my speech impediment on stream.
That's fair.
So
Liz, I have a quick question while we are derailed at the moment.
Yeah. What's up?
You just had Casper say that the queen is still married to him, but during the lore dump, it was implied that she had been,
I know.
or that she had done that to herself. So
I know.
is that Casper not knowing, or is that just like a thing?
We'll find out.
Okay, then I do write it down.
You don't. It's fine. It's Casper.
I'm writing it down.
Okay, you can write it down. So, Renori, Kieran.
So yeah, there's
Which is
one
what you said.
child. There's one child with that name that you've given them. And their 18th birthday is coming up, I think.
Mhm.
And I mean, well, for one, yes, Faustus and I want to go after the child. But when I cast the spell, there were just some interesting details that came to light, and some of them were just awful, and other ones were murky. And one of them that was murky was that the first thing I got was the king has 2 kids. And then it was no, just one kid. As if the other one existed, but then was erased from the history books for some reason.
I mean,
Uh,
Casper stands, and he kind of like shrugs off his new jacket, and there's like a small coat rack by the front door, and he goes and hangs it over. And he goes and sits back down by you. I mean, it's not unheard of that royals often have bastard children. I mean, it's possible the king maybe slept around, wasn't faithful, had a kid. Often people aren't proud of those things. If the kid has a legitimate claim to the throne, that would suck for them, so they get rid of them. They pay off the moms, or they don't have moms at all.
you know, the king's wife, she's not alive anymore.
Oh. I didn't know that. What happened to her? Is she sick, or?
And Renori clearly doesn't want to say it.
I'm gonna roll insight for Casper. Using my brand new dice! There's a moment of confusion, and then he looks like he understands. Oh. That's terrible.
Have you ever met the king?
No. Don't want to. I'm the queen, yes. She's lovely. I have no interest in. Plus, honestly, not even worth the trip. Crossing through a war zone to like meet a guy worse in the war zone, not top of my list.
Faustus and I will give him your regards then.
Oh no, I would go with you. Like if we're gonna do regicide, I'm there. But like, I haven't met him in the past.
I ask because I know, the past is a little fuzzy for you. So I always wonder what bits jump out and how often you find new ones.
Yeah. I mean, anything's possible. During that chunk, maybe, but if I did, I don't remember it. And I feel like I'd have a much bigger warrant after my head if I met a king face to face.
Unless the king liked you.
Look at me. You think a guy like that would like a guy like me?
No.
Exactly.
That's why it's funny.
That's okay, that's fair. He seems to get a little lost in thought.
Where'd you go?
She
will snap in front of his face.
No, you just made me think about how much I don't know, I guess.
Sorry, I know how much you hate to think.
Yeah, no, it's really rough. Not what I'm meant for.
Have you ever explored trying to get that stuff back?
Yeah, I have. I got close once. Didn't pan out.
What what did getting close look like? What was that gonna be?
I I knew someone uh who was good with magic of the mind stuff. Um and she thought that maybe constant practice and the stuff that she knew that she could get into my head and see stuff that my brain was trying to protect me from, or maybe somebody else had done to me to keep me from seeing that stuff that maybe she'd be able to bypass. um I mean, if it had worked, I'd know.
Have you ever seen a healer about it?
Yeah, all they can tell me is congrats, you have amnesia. um didn't
No
didn't work out.
greater restoration, no.
I'm sorry, I haven't trained in the arcane. I don't know. I know.
Oh, you're so annoying.
I so I've been told. I spent a week, and after prying went south, we went to the healers and we tried it the upright way, and all they could do, they did the glowy hand stuff, and it didn't work. I drank about every soup I can think of. Something I'm pretty sure was just leaves and water, like not even tea, just like dirt, leaves, and water. And more glowy hands and chanting, and I wore amulets, and none of it worked. Never believed in all that stuff anyway.
Okay, well.
It's different when you do it, because obviously it works.
Well.
Spent a week in a temple wearing robes, and I even wear like real clothes, and it didn't work. Obviously, I know your hands work.
You do.
I do.
Have you ever
In a sexy way.
remembered something new?
Yeah, I mean, every once in a while I get bits and pieces of new things, little flashes. It's maybe a second, 2 seconds. It's nothing substantial, but I'll get like a really clear image of something, but not enough to really stitch anything together. I mean, once in a million times I get lucky to connect two things, but that's two out of however many. Sometimes I dream, sometimes I don't. Nothing, no patterns, or if there are, I just don't know about them.
Do you want me to help?
Help how?
Find a way to fill in the blanks.
Casper sort of lets his hands fall into his lap a little bit, and the curtains by the open window flutter, and for a little bit the only sound is just the faraway call of the seabirds and the breeze sort of rustling through the room. You know, every time you ask me, I think my answer changes a little bit. I mean that. Like, at first I didn't want to know. All I had was nightmares about a life I didn't care about and things I didn't remember, and it didn't matter because I had what mattered in front of me. But I mean, there's so much I don't know. My life started a few years ago. It's scary. I don't think I knew my favorite color before then, or if I did, maybe it's different. Or if I had a favorite food and now that changed. So much of myself has been invented because I had to be somebody. It's scary. And I don't think knowing is going to make me a better person. I guess if there's a way, it'd be nice to stop having nightmares, but you know, I'm not holding out hope, Rin. And I don't want you to go chasing rabbit holes trying to figure out a solution for something. If you think of something, great. And, you know, you're wicked smart, so you probably will. You probably crack it in 5 minutes because you're just amazing like that. But
Don't be ridiculous.
you act
7.
like you didn't. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll give you 7. It's just, I don't think it's gonna be worth the trouble it's gonna cause.
That's the exact thing I love.
Trouble?
I
mean, that tracks.
Maybe that's part of it, but having something to study and to be searching for the answer for, that's what's always motivated me.
He takes your hands into his, and you see as he sits there, like, the sun, as it's sort of passing over, like, sunlight is drifting into the room as well, and it just casts, like, a gentle golden glow against both of you, and his necklace sort of catches in the light, the gem next to the ring. If you want to chase this, I'm not gonna stop you. I mean, like I said, I guess I'd like to know, but I'm very happy where I am with the people that I know and the purpose I have now. I don't feel any obligation to that past. If you find out, I mean, that would be great. It's a puzzle piece I don't have and probably never will. But don't spin out on it, because I'm here now.
I guess I viscerally cannot understand being okay with not knowing.
He takes your hands just a little bit tighter, and they just shake ever so slightly. To be honest with you, I'm more afraid of finding out who I was during that time and not being able to recognize them as myself. That I did or said awful things, or was given over or gave myself over to some awful purpose. That I'm the monster I think I am. So
isn't it a wild catch-22 that I would not be able to cope with not knowing, and yet I wish I could forget the mistakes that I've made.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Sucks.
It does suck.
Yeah. Well, that's what I know now.
Well, okay. Well, we've got progress. Sounds like we have a king to hunt.
Stones to collect.
Oh, we could throw it on the shopping list, you know.
It's a long list.
Yeah, but if we're quick, we'll get it done.
And I mean, who knows what Koi needs help with?
I don't, you know, he kind of like scoots closer to you. I can't tell what her deal is. Like, either she is deeply broken or she's just so okay. and I can't. It's freaking me out. Like he's being lighthearted.
I think I am fine either way, and honestly, it fascinates me that I am so okay with Koi, but I am.
I really like her. She reminds me a lot of Laurel, actually. The younger sister to.
No, this is Renori having a conniption about that.
No, she's real sweet. She's really good with the music.
Correct. That's it. I'm done.
Okay. All right.
I don't want to take up any more time.
That's fair.
It's my very graceful way of saying "and scene."
Yep. What? So you know you have the afternoon without anything sort of to focus on. Raven and Faustus are working on Mage Hand. Koi, performing her gig. What would you be up to in sort of this interim open afternoon?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think, honestly, I think Renori would like depression nap.
Fair enough.
It's not exciting, but it's honest.
I mean, taking a short rest is always nice. So.
Yeah.
In game and in real life.
So,
Sorry, guys. I want to recharge some spell slots. I'm gonna take a short.
That's what I'm gonna start saying. Instead of saying I'm taking a nap because I'm sad.
Whoa! Instead of spell slots, you could say spoons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
But in real life, instead of saying spoons, you could say I'm out of spell slots for the day.
Yeah.
Oh my god, so true.
I want spells.
I'm like a warlock. I only get them back when I sleep. Any amount of time.
Or you could like, you know.
I summon them from the
beg your
beyond.
patron. Raven did that.
Yeah, that's true. We also learned a lot about Raven's patron. That was not. The costs of the spoons were very high.
I mean, it was interesting.
An entire village for like a handful of spoons. Honestly,
Listen, that
wait a
seems like
minute.
you're being
Yeah.
subjective
Raven wasn't
here.
the one who destroyed Alisari for the spoons.
I'm starting to remember
That's
some of
not
my
good.
low spoons days this week, and I'm thinking about it. Anyway, so
I was like,
Renori.
actually,
Yeah, like no.
Everyone's
let's
looking
reconsider.
at Raven's situation, and now they're like, you know what? I get it. Look at what happens when you spend a moment to think about what it's like in somebody else's shoes.
Oh my god. So Renori. Casper actually had the same idea, funnily enough, which is why I asked what you were doing, because it's like, this boy needs a nap. He's just gonna take a nap.
Okay, great.
So that was very cute. So Casper probably at some point during your conversation would have just like laid back against the bed with his arms sort of behind his bed, his head, and probably yeah,
Behind
just
the headboard.
no,
Just weird.
any
Just disconnects both like.
yeah, no, you just have to
sockets.
put those away. He
Like a Lego man.
Oh God, no.
Like the ring girl with her arms like.
Not this.
Ugh.
Not this.
I was called
Oh,
a ring
that's
girl a
enough.
lot.
Oh my
That's
god, does
racist.
Casper have a form of dread?
Yeah.
So
Oh no.
Casper,
Asian and
with
long hair.
his hands behind his head, probably would have begun to drift off as the afternoon sun sort of washes over his form. And Renori, after a few moments, that also looks very enticing because when the depressy is real, it's real.
It doesn't look enticing yet. She closes the fucking curtain.
That's fair. That's fair. I forgot, Drow.
Who in the sunlight? Absolutely not. I also will not sleep if there is sunlight peeking into my room.
That's fair.
Blackout curtains?
He's a sailor. He's gotten used to it.
Yeah, yeah.
We could-
So as
No sunlight in here.
you shut the curtains and there's like a faint mumble of protest, but you can tell he's mostly asleep. Probably more at the lack of like warmth and not being under the blanket than anything. But you sort of go over to the bed and find a comfortable position next to him, and both
Blanket.
of you. Oh, he would snuggle closer then. And after just a sleepy, sort of a little messy kiss on the forehead because he kind of misses a little bit, falls asleep. And you are close after.
Yep.
As the day continues,
Should
Koi.
we give 3 words?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Stop it.
Koi. You, as your performance continues, your performance is loved, but a lot of people aren't tipping. And it doesn't seem...
That's homophobic.
It doesn't seem like the malicious kind of like, oh, she's good, but not that good. You see a lot of people who are like, you're bringing people in. Like, there are people who are, like, coming into the tavern and, like, looking for the source of the music and seeing you. Like, they're coming in and getting a table to watch. And then Thorn is using the opportunity to, like, sign up, like, can I get you something? You know, like, it's working out really well. But a lot of people, you would know this because of your occupation.
Yeah.
This is like the best possible thing for you, and here's why. To the untrained eye, these people are being skimpy. But you realize people are hesitant to spend now because we're running into the evening when the festival is going to kick up, and they want to spend their money on the drinks and their performances there and the gifts and the experiences. But you're also playing the festival.
I was to say, like, I'm playing that shit.
So, you know, there's going to be at least a handful of people who are going to see you there and be like, oh, shit. Like, you know, so you probably, like, you know, it sucks, but you're not too pressed. This is how these things go, especially when you're double booked. You do collect about 19 gold, separate from however much Raven gave you, because I don't remember. So I think you have 28, as it was 9 gold, right? Yeah, so you have 20, you collect 28 gold over this. In total, counting everything.
I now have 69 gold total. I want to let everyone know that.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's the number.
Number.
Yeah, exactly. That's the Lord's number.
Somebody give her 420 silver.
Quickly.
Right now.
Wait, can I?
If you
Hold
want
on.
to.
That would be 42 gold.
No, I can give you 420 copper, though.
Oh my god. We're not doing this.
I'm changed.
That's just 42 gold in copper.
It's not the same.
Hmm.
It's not the same. So, Koi,
That's me.
you're sort of our transition into the evening. As your music continues to dip and swell and kick up a lively pace or soothe down to a constant harmony, time passes, the sun coasting through the sky, the smell of food and sizzling pans, and the hum of chatter growing and quieting throughout the day. Your first gig is complete, and it's time for you to head to
Festival.
You're headed to the festival. So,
Can I, at the end of, like, my performance, give a fancy-ass bow? Maybe I'll do a flip. I don't know.
of course, yeah.
Space permitting.
Yeah, there's space. There's space.
Okay, cool. I do a flip, because why the fuck not?
Hell
Hell yeah.
And then I want to announce, catch me at the festival!
A bunch of
Or
people.
some shit like that.
A bunch of people start, like, there's an excited murmur that kicks up, and there are a bunch of people like, the festival! Oh shit! like
Yeah!
and so as you start to pack up and make your way out, is there any last things you'd like to do at the No Name Inn?
Are Raven and Faust still?
Yeah.
Are y'all still, like, there? Okay, I'm gonna turn to them. Sarah, I know you already told me I could keep the knife, but it wasn't in character. Hey.
Oh, she
you
messaged you
want-
with that.
Oh, she did. Oh, yeah, she did.
Yeah.
I have the memory of a goldfish.
That's a new
remember?
feat.
Swimming, just
Goldfish
Gotcha.
mind instead of
Swim,
keen
swim,
mind.
swim.
The snack
You
that
mean you don't
smiles
have
back
the
at
memory of a
me.
koi?
No,
Oh, snap.
Got him.
because goldfish.
Good
I
goldfish.
smile back, okay?
It's the snack that smiles back.
Goldfish.
It's me.
Oh,
Koi. Snack that smiles back.
It's me. I'm the snack, and I smile back.
So true.
Um.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn to Raymond and pass this like, okay, I gotta head to the festival. If you guys wanna come, that'd be so cool. There's like I heard there's like lanterns and stuff and like food and drinks, and like all this other fun shit. Do you guys get out much? That sounded rude.
We've
I'm
had
so
very
sorry.
little time to get out, actually.
I got out probably too much, in the past 5 or 6 years of my adulthood.
You never get out too much.
Well, I guess.
No.
I mean, had a
At least
thought.
not when
It
someone else is
it
not
may
someone
it
else-
may
at
or
least
may
not
I
when someone
also
else
have
is
so many
saying.
thoughts, but there's just like a lot going on up here at all times.
not. Mhm.
Anyway, I have to go perform to that. I gotta zip, but it's okay because I'm fast. But yeah, if you guys, I can meet you there, and we can like maybe get drinks or something, or you guys can
Sure.
chill here. I don't know what's happening.
I am always a
What's
fan
your
of
sending
drinks.
stone code?
Oh my god.
Get a hold of you.
Yeah, are there like pay phones but sending stones for the public? I'm
Is it canon?
asking this, hoping we could create some right now on the spot.
Okay.
How
so,
magical is this society? How much rampant magic items do we have in this society? Just children walking around with magical swords.
You know what I
Zipping through the
hate about
street.
this is that I had an answer before you asked me that I am giving to you, meaning I thought about this.
Yes.
And I specifically went, no one's gonna ask me this. Why are you writing this down?
Oh my god. I'm so happy.
So,
You've tapped in.
a few centuries ago, post the Cataclysm, the event which split Faerun in two, plug, if you want to watch that miniseries, that it's happening, and our next part has not been formally announced yet, but it's coming up soon.
You can
Yeah.
also watch the VOD though of the first part.
This is also true. That's available, and that'll be. I know I keep saying I'm gonna update the YouTube, and then I don't. But like this time's for real. And that VOD will be going up as
Okay.
well.
You can't take it back now. You just said that.
Yeah, no, I know.
Stop yourself.
I realize what I've done, and it's horrible. But we're gonna.
This
we're
is
gonna
why
do
I
it.
don't make commitments.
I have to because those episodes will disappear. So I know I have to. That's what's getting me.
You got like a month. You got like a month.
I got like a month. Don't tell me that. I'll take the month.
Yeah, but it's been like a month for some of them.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah.
Time's
it
not
has.
real.
It's fine. Time's not real. So.
Game is
Sorry,
real
Kayla.
when there's a constraint around
Nope.
it.
Mm-mm. No. Post
never once had a
Cataclysm.
deadline.
Unfortunately.
Post Cataclysm, there was a sort of abundance in magic. This is common knowledge that post the
Mhm.
Cataclysm, people were eager to have means of defense. There was a folklore-wise, this was attributed to a boom in sorcerers, and those born with like innate magical abilities that would then present outwards. That of course has no correlation, like magic babies being born and wanting to feel safe. There's no math there, but people were like, yes, the gods, you know. But there was a boom in magic and magical items, and those who knew of the arcane and how to tinker with it, etc., etc. So yeah, there were a lot of inventions, leaps and bounds, a lot of, like there are those spells that are named after like certain prolific wizards and et cetera, based on them being the ones that wrote the spells. Like that was sort
Asha
of
wrote a lot of them.
exactly. Tasha was my queen. So like there was a sort of golden age of magic, so to speak, that lasted after this, and inventions like the sending stone being mounted and being used to create permanent lines of communication did come about. But as time passed on and people felt less of a need for magic, as old sorcerers died and the arcane arts became more localized and less adventurous, people started feeling like the fancy devices weren't necessarily needed anymore, and a lot of stuff went out of fashion, including the sending stone payphones.
What loser?
Just like
Anyway.
real life.
So you
It's
could
like the
probably
payphone-
find a pair. Honestly, if you went to an antique shop, you'd probably find a pair, but maybe not in working condition, but they're not like throughout the city anymore. Occasionally you'll see
I thought it was
booth.
going to be very much like New York City's telephone booths where you can still find them, but
yeah,
like
it's
Where
like you
did they just got
either-
removed?
either
Yeah,
people
they did.
do drugs or pee in them
basically
and they can work, but it's at
These
your
are the
own
perfect
risk of like
tempo.
developing tetanus, or they just absolutely
like-
do not work.
it's like that, but they don't work.
Yeah.
Like it's common knowledge they don't work. Like teenagers
They're
make
gonna
out in the
use the
booth, kind
bathroom.
of.
Ew.
Yeah, like it's not really people don't go like, oh, thank God, the phone. They're like, ah, damn it, like when they see it. So that
Someone's going pee again.
that was a long tangent for a
Yeah,
joke
it's
question,
fine.
but here we are.
I'm so glad that you got to divulge that lore to us.
I have a
Thank you.
feeling we're
I'm
gonna
glad
do
that you
a
made it that way.
finale that ends when everybody leaves the call. We're gonna do like a after SBC Q&A that will end when you guys are tired of it, and then all of those little tidbits like that are gonna come out. I just know it.
Or I can just continuously ask ridiculous questions and it will happen during the runtime.
Or you could do that.
Yeah.
I say in tears.
Yeah. I don't even remember why I asked that question. But
This boy's leaving and invited you to the
yeah.
festival.
is there like a place specifically that you'll be to meet up, or
Yes, I will be at.
Yeah, okay, so
silence hangs in the air, but we get all the information? Yes.
so Koi.
Third name here.
Koi.
Sachi, move your mouth as Liz is speaking.
Not this.
Explain it.
It's not gonna make sense because I'm telling Koi what she would tell them, so she would just be doing that as
Or
them
you
instead of
could just
answering
go,
the
"Hi,
question.
my name is Koi."
No,
It's like
Absolutely
a
not.
60s dubbed
I have a
punctuation.
shred of dignity left, and I'm not letting it go.
Oh, yeah, mine left like.
Please,
Full
it's
shred.
Got the
Damn.
shred.
I'm cringe, but I am free.
That's fair.
You know?
That's fair. So, God damn it. So,
break free.
I want to break free.
Koi, you are hired for the festival, by the sort of event coordinator for the city.
Ooh.
Like she sort of oversees a lot of both like official holiday celebrations. If there's anything governmentally that would happen, like she's not necessarily a government employee, more of like a contractor.
Yeah, she contracted out.
Yeah, like she lives down by the waterfront in a very nice estate. And she hired you. Her name is Madame Lore, Lor. And she's a very extravagant woman who's sort of coordinating everything, and so she is who you'd go to see for your plot, but you don't know that yet. You just know that you're supposed to meet up with her for her to give you your assignment. So you wouldn't really know where to tell Raven and Faustus to meet you besides the waterfront.
Okay, so I'm gonna be at the waterfront. I don't know exactly where. Just follow like the
I'm
best
sure we'll
music
hear
to
you
hear.
or we'll
Yeah,
hear
if
you.
like no offense to the other musicians, and also not to sound too
You can brag here.
goes the world. Okay, I will. Just follow the best music. That's
Okay.
where I'll be. And if you go to someone else, I will be offended.
Fair.
I'm just kidding. I'm gonna go. Y'all are cool, and I'm just gonna skip
You're just
out.
gonna skip. Okay.
Let's skip.
Sort of upon your exit, a few people like kick up into an applause and like waves for you out the door.
Another bow.
And you sort of exit into the fresh evening air. You were getting there a little bit early as requested. But you are able to start skipping and a hopping your way down to the waterfront. Your hooves sort of clicking off of the cobblestone in various places, and you're able to hop up onto crates and stuff to move past slow walkers.
I'm a menace.
Yes. You're a bouncy menace, and I love you so much. You make your way to the waterfront, and the view is gorgeous. It's not the best waterfront
like
you've
fish.
seen. The best view of the water will always be from the ship. But this one kind of matches. It's nice. Sort of down by the docks, there's a very bustling commercial area attached with like warehouses and like a fish market and stalls and everything like that, compacted by like an actual physical dock. With boats that are then moored there. But as you continue sort of up the shore, it transitions from like the heavy industrial. There's like a gate, like a wrought iron gate that's guarded. But the gates are open and you know where you're going. And it transitions into sort of the more residential area of town. And normal looking homes start to transition into elaborate manors. Think like any place with a beach, like those houses that millionaires would be buying. And it starts to just sort of sprawl. You eventually reach an estate that's painted a deep red. And there are like pearlescent front gates. And they are open. And there is a line of people sort of down this very beautifully, meticulously kept lawn and path. A couple of people were standing in flower beds, which you cringe because you know that's going to be a problem later, and some people are going to get in trouble.
Not the flowers.
It's a mess. People are angrily shouting, they're chattering with each other. It's just a center of noise. You can see this house, multiple stories, with windows swung out to allow the breeze to sort of come in through places. You could see on the upper levels, like servants running around, and it's chaos. You walk past the line because you know what you're here for. And there are a couple of people who exclaim a bit angrily, but you know where you're going. You pass by the sign.
I wiggle my tail at them.
I love Koi so much. You.
Yeah, fuck.
I want like a sticker of that now. And Koi just like butt out.
Yeah, fuck.
You hop and skip up the stairs. That curve, and like the line continues and is stopped at the top of the stairs, but you just sort of curve by and through these massive double doors into Madame Lore's study. So, this room is huge and encompasses 2 floors. There is a second floor full of books. It's like a sort of 2-story library situation. At a massive desk, which is now strewn with ledgers and quills and parchment, you see Madame Lore herself. She has curly, extravagant hair, like white, silvery hair, done in an updo that you can never quite tell if it's a powdered wig or she, like actually has that kind of hairstyle and maintains it. She has like very fair, very, very, very light, but like purple skin. but that could be conceived in different colors and different lights. Pointed ears that sort of are hidden a little bit by the curls, and they're drooping with all manner of earring and jewels. She's a beauty mark on her cheek, and her lips painted in the
real?
freshest red. You don't know. You never seen her without it.
Fair enough.
And she is wearing a gorgeous, like a ball gown, but not to her. It's almost as if she's wearing just a robe. Like it does. She doesn't seem overdressed. This is her natural state of affairs. And she's sitting there.
Fancy.
She is a fancy,
Mhm.
with lots of money.
Money.
And she is sort of just neck deep in all of this paperwork, and you can hear the clamoring outside. And before she even sees you, she goes, "Next!" And like a musician shuffles in, and you know to wait your turn. Musician shuffles in, and this guy's got like a fiddle, but it's like a Chad fiddle. You know, like he ain't shit. And he shuffles forward
Fucking
like
Yamaha, I bet. I don't know.
Yamaha bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't know what the violin beef is.
I just remembered that
It's
like
not.
I had a Yamaha keyboard at one point in my life, but I forget that
Me
there's a
too.
company also that makes jet skis that's Yamaha, and I don't know if
And
it's the same
motorcycles.
brand.
And I'm probably buying one.
And
Yeah, I don't know if they're the same brand either, to be perfectly honest.
I hope so. But yeah, he's
Looking at
just
a Yamaha XT250.
Bet this Chad can't even spell Stradivarius. You know what I mean?
There are Yamaha violins. I'm an idiot. Ignore me.
okay. He's just
I
like
bet this bitch
not
can't spell Stradivarius.
probably not.
Definitely can't afford one.
He ain't it. You know, like he's posturing like he's all that, but you can tell by the looks of him, like the clothes he's wearing, he's like nothing special. He's trying to present outwardly like his talent matches his appearance. And you've seen a billion people like this come and go. And he shuffles forward like, "Madam, I was supposed to receive my plot so that I could start rehearsing, and I don't have a spot yet." And she just puts a hand up and then closes her fist, and he shuts up, and she finishes what she's writing, and she looks up and she goes, "Yeah, you're not going to be performing. Get out of my office." And he goes, but no, you this had good pay. I'm performing tonight." She's like, "If you were performing tonight, I would have given you a plot. Get out." And he shuts up and, very clearly embarrassed, like face red, trudges out of the office. And then there's a murmuring of people from behind the line watching him do the walk of shame, who fear they might be next. She looks up from, like, rolls her eyes. She's like, "Ay, jeez." Takes a sip of water and then looks and notices you. "Coy, baby, come here. Okay, so,
I'm gonna shut on up.
sweetheart, listen. I apologize that I didn't get you your plot earlier. Bit of a scheduling mix-up. Apparently, when I sent for my event schedule for the festival, I received a shipping manifest. Not it. So, I'm redoing all that now.
Who did you dirty?
Listen, these men at the docks, they ain't it, okay? They're just messy,
Well, you
and
do
they
not
don't
have to tell me twice.
Listen, the sailors are worth it. Any other guy that works at the docks, get out of here. Anywho, so I'm gonna put you down, probably a little bit by Main Street. There's a nice little spot here where when people around the corner, they're gonna see you and probably stop, but you're not too close to the street where people are gonna walk by you. And there's like a food stand nearby, so you can go and get your food, you can get your drinks.
Told me so well.
Of course. You know my policy, okay? Don't start partying on the job. You know, I know sometimes performing folk get carried away now, but you know, have fun.
I am the epitome of professional.
I know you are. So, when everybody goes to release the lanterns, you You can take your break whenever you want it, but you're going to have an additional break when they go to release the lanterns to go participate in case you have anybody you're mourning, anybody you're wishing for, any of that. So don't worry about that. But you can take a break for about maybe an hour. An hour seems fair. If you need more, come and find me. I'm going to be walking around. It'll be fine. You just need to let me know so I know you ain't just disappeared. Because we've had that problem lately. Oh no, I just put this on.
I figured.
Yeah, no, this is nothing. This is just my day dress. Please, you know me.
You pull it off well.
Oh, why, thank you. This is why you're my favorite.
You flatter me.
She scribbles something out on a piece of parchment, and then she gives her looping signature, and you are handed sort of like a written manifest of like a receipt. Like it says, hey, this is your plot, like, and there's like a little map. This is like your performance area, the sort of the terms, like you can decorate, you can use magic, all of that. You just can't put anybody under any sway to enjoy your music. But you can sort of decorate and cast anything within your square that you want to enhance your performance. As long as you can keep it active, nobody has to know. You have your break, you have an hour, and then you get to go and release lanterns with everybody else if you want to. But you're contracted for the night, so you can keep playing as long as the tips keep rolling in. But you're expected to play up until at least when they release the lanterns.
Yeah.
And with that, she goes, I would love to just sit and chat with you, but obviously I got stuff to attend to. I will see you tonight, dear. Okay, take care of yourself. Make sure you drink some water. I'll see you.
Good luck. I'm gonna
Thank you.
I'm gonna pull out from my bag. I wrote down in my lore that I always carry green tea with me because I'm Asian.
Hell yeah.
I'm crying. I'm gonna take out a little bit of that. I'm like, if tonight gets too much, here's this. I know how it is on, big events like this. People suck. So this is for you. If you need something nice and calming, maybe a little bit of caffeine.
You are so good to me. Oh, she takes it. Koi, this is why you're my favorite. Now go get out of here before you're late.
Okay.
But thank you.
Sachi, you can't reveal our secrets like that about how we could just constantly have green tea in our pockets all the time. just loose
in my car.
Just loose tea.
I'm just imagining you open your pocket. There's just like a. Yeah. Like I know it's leaves.
Powder just explodes.
Yeah, it's the powder. Just like.
Yeah. It's like the bottom of the container, like the powder that happens there.
Like I'm not even fronting. I do keep tea in my car at all times. There's at least like 3 to 4 tea bags
in my car. As you should. Period.
Anyway.
I also teabag in Fortnite.
Well, you can't drink that. So...
You just haven't tried hard enough.
Not toxic if it's funny.
Terrified about what I'm gonna learn on Monday. Absolutely horrified.
What do you think doing a chug keg when you just killed a whole squad of people and you're teabagging in this keg the entire
You are saying
time?
words to me that are making me more and more fearful. And I don't know what they mean. I know what teabagging is, obviously. I know that, but I'm afraid.
But that's how you can drink during your teabag, technically. Anyway.
I'm sweating. So... Koi, with your assignment received.
I'm going to shake my tail at everyone else online as I leave too.
Hell yeah. There are a number of people who just pop out of the line. Like, they don't even bother. Roll me a perception check.
Oh boy. Oh shit, what is my... I know my stats. No, I don't. Oh shit. That is a 26.
Okay. So as you're making your way through the line, as you're making your way through and past the line, shaking your tail, there is someone who catches your eye. There's a person who looks about your age, a family looks about your age. well, you know, your age, your physical age. She has somewhat tan skin and like there are freckles popping through. She's wearing a pretty simple like ensemble, like a tucked loose white shirt. It looks like it maybe it's not the perfect size for her. Some simple pants and boots. Like almost like she borrowed the clothes, like they're not even really hers. She's kind of short.
Same. Not in
and,
character.
and she's got like short brown hair that kind of just brushes her shoulders. And she's sort of standing in the corner. And she's got like a lute in her hands, and it's really beat up. The strings are still intact, but it's like a real, it's rough. It's rough. And she's sitting there, like, because you rolled well, it looks almost like it's been water damage. Like it's beyond like somebody broke it. Like it's too old to function even. And so she's sitting there and she's trying to tune it in the corner, and you hear her like muttering to herself, like regulating her breathing. But it's clear she's like heartbroken. It doesn't look like she's gone into the office yet. Like she's not even in line technically. She's trying to get her instrument tuned before she goes before the madam. But she's like sitting there in fear.
I immediately divert. I walk up. Hey, what's your name?
She looks up and she like sort of recoils a little bit at the sudden appearance of a face, but she eventually gives a shy smile like, hi, I'm Laurel. It's nice to meet
Laurel. What happened?
you.
Sorry to be nosy.
No, it's alright. I didn't think you'd care to ask. I'm not really from around here, and
I'm not either. It's okay.
oh, well, that's reassuring. I'm a little scared. I've never really had anything to my name to get my own instruments, and I heard that this would be a really great way to perform and kind of prove yourself as a bard. And so I wanted to try out, but I don't. God, I'm so stupid. My friend offered me a brand new instrument, and I should have just listened to her. I didn't want her to overextend herself, and now I've got this unplayable piece of junk, and I'm never gonna make it.
Can I see it?
She hands it to you. If you can get that to work, you could work miracles.
I'm gonna try to fix it.
Okay.
I don't have any spells. It would just be straight me with my inherent knowledge.
So it's okay. So the shell of it is cracked. So the sound is automatically going and broken. The sound is automatically going to be quieter because the acoustics themselves aren't going to function. But you can roll me. I wish there was like a knowledge, but like specific to your field, that I'm not penalizing you with a dump stat for you to roll. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we'll say roll performance for this. I feel like that's fair.
18 plus 12, so 30?
Okay.
30.
30. Without magical intervention or mechanical in the sense of physically repairing the instrument or replacing it, there's not much you can do for the casing. But you do know how to tune an instrument and quickly, and you are able to get it into tune and sort of rework the strings so that it's not, gonna snap and cut her finger as soon as she tries to strum, and you get it perfectly in tune.
All right, here's what I can do for this.
Oh.
And off the top of my head, I probably know how much a brand new instrument would cost, yeah?
Yeah.
How much would it be?
Okay.
Like mid-range, not like fancy and
Yeah,
not like
no, I
what
figured.
she currently has.
Maybe like 25 gold.
Okay.
For like a basic, nice enough. Not somebody like piecing together a box and like some strings,
Build it yourself, Kit.
Yeah. Instrument, your instrument proficiency is just you building instruments. It's not actually playing them.
Okay, so I know you're new here, so here's what I'm gonna do, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you go in there, my name's Koi, by the way. Hi.
Oh, hi,
Um,
Koi. It's nice to meet you.
Hi. When you go in there, go ahead and tell the pretty lady in there that we're friends. Should help out a little bit, okay?
Okay. Thank you. Is
And
there
then
anything...
also take this. And then I'm gonna drop 25. I'm gonna like grab her, like shake her hand and like
Oh, and palm it to her? Okay.
Yeah, palm her in her hand.
She...
And then after that, go get a new instrument, okay?
Thank you. Is there anything I can do to help you, or is this so
Just
kind?
wait.
Okay. Are you? I saw you come out of the madam's office. You're playing tonight, right?
Damn. If you find me, do you want to play together?
She looks like she has these like doe eyes, like these brown
Same.
doughy eyes. Yeah, and they just fill with tears, and she just like smiles so wide. Like I would love that, Koi.
It's been a while since I had a duet, so I'd love to play with you.
Okay, I'll come find you. Yeah, I'll come find
And I like
you.
point on the map where I'm gonna be.
Okay.
And no pressure if you can't make your way there, or your plot's way off, or you're throwing it down, doing so well that you don't have time. That's a-okay.
I doubt that, but this is important to me. I'm gonna come see you.
No worries.
Okay. And she smiles, and she sort of, not very discreetly, but not in the sense where she's showing it off, more in the like, huh? Like looking around kind of way, pockets the gold. Very clear this young lady is not super street smart, but her heart's in the right place.
B.
And she starts strumming out the now tuned instrument, and there's just like this little exclamation of joy you hear as you continue to hop and skip away. And you're able to make your way down to your plot. So like the madam said, it is sort of still in the working section of the dock, but it's closer to the residential gates. And it is positioned in such a way where if someone were to turn down the street, you're not the first plot in the corner, but you're in the perfect spot with the light and the vendors to draw the eye and make someone want to stand and stay there. It's excellent. So you are able to like get set up. There's like a little bench. There's all sorts of just stuff set up for you for whatever you would need.
Sounds fantastic.
Okay. Going back to the inn, Vernori, Raven, and Faustus, as some time has passed, Vernori, eventually you would wake from your nap. Raven and Faustus, I mean, you've had now overtime what it would have taken to do the spell, so I'll check back in with you in a second to see if there's anything additional you'd like to do in that time. But before we do that, I'm going to have us take a break really quick before we get carried away with anything. So, if you've been here with us, thank you so much. The announcements were so beefy today, and they're usually not. We're usually a little bit more on it. But I appreciate everybody who came in.
They smell like beef.
What? They smell like beef. One more time before we disappear. If you are here and you're in a position to monetarily donate to a good cause this summer, we are fundraising for the Marsha P. Johnson Institute all summer through July. So if you would like to help us meet our community goal of $500 in like 3 months, we can do that. 2 months roughly, we can do that. We got this. There are instructions if you go ahead and do, charity? And Sarah also put it in chat because Sarah's really cool. There are all the related commands and everything, but basically if you go to the Marsha P. Johnson Institute, donate and submit a screenshot to Discord or tweet it at me on Twitter, _lists, just so we can keep a track of how much we've raised in total. You can now redeem a fun list of incentives, which you can find under !incentive. And also on the Going Live tweet, it's in the replies. So, You can do all kinds of stuff from initiating a wild magic surge to naming an NPC to forcing me or any of the cast members to re-roll or put our dice in jail. There's a fun list to impact all of us tonight. And while we take a break, I encourage you to go ahead and have a look at it, stretch, get some water, get a snack. And taking meds is a good thing for you to do, and taking meds would not negatively impact you at this time. I encourage you to do that as well. And we will be back here in a second for more Stormborn's Curse.
See ya!
Bought this PC to play The Sims 4 because my laptop wasn't able to handle it anymore.
Oh yeah, my Mac was on fire.
Like Origins wouldn't update to the like program that my laptop had because my laptop also stopped updating. That's how old it was. So because of that, I could not run The Sims 4, let alone play it. Anyway.
Sorry.
We're
Sims.
back.
Oh no, you're so good.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, stream?
Imagine being able to play The Sims. EA, give me my account back.
I
Do it.
know. That's like
I'm just very sad
I would
right
start
now.
to curse and start to rant about it.
No, don't do that, because if they sponsor me, I'll forgive them. Only.
Yeah, all will
If-
be forgiven, but only.
Yes.
If you give us money.
Yes, give me money!
This is literally
So
the
listen
definition
here,
of
EA. Here's our
This is-
demands.
For
We
my
want
account
our
that's
accounts back.
for my account that's as old as The Sims 4.
Damn.
That's actually older than Sims 4.
I'm older than The Sims 4.
I bought the Sims
Everyone
4
here
so I
is.
could put in a cheat code and give myself infinite money and just build houses.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
I play
I
my
don't really
households a lot
enjoy
too.
any
but
other aspect of the game. I just like building houses.
I like Create a
Yeah.
Sim too. Create a Sim
That's
is fun.
literally the build and create a sim are the two best things about the game.
I play
But
the save
even
files
then,
normally.
like the way that I play, like I bolster it with buying all of the DLC and like having custom content.
The amount of money I have
You
dropped in The Sims is over, like,
I have
could have,
all
like, paid rent,
of
bro.
the DLC except Star Wars, one of the kits, or one of the stuff packs, a handful of the kits, and then the wedding game pack, and then that's it. That's the only ones I don't have.
Wow, so brave. It could not be
It's
me
been a while
making
since
purchases.
it's been a while since I played, like almost 2 years. So anything that's come out in the last 2 years, I don't have.
The only one that I've ever purchased at full price was Cottage Living, and I didn't regret it. So, but that's also the only one. Everything else I buy on sale.
The only thing I
Anyway,
purchased
hey guys,
full price was
welcome
the game.
back to D&D, where we talk about a lot of bullshit,
That's
but
not the game.
That's not the game. You know, that's not us. Us playing D&D and us saying bullshit are two separate things.
The ADHD tag on this stream is so relevant and so current. Anyway, before
Happening right now.
Before I bring us back into the beautiful seaside town city. I keep saying town because I like the way the word sounds. It's a city. A beautiful seaside city of Terranth. Blooming under the night sky. I would like to again remind you that we are raising money for the Marsha P. Johnson Institute all summer long, and like I said at the beginning of the stream, all I want to do with this platform is make a difference and help people in whatever form that comes, whether it's solace within the stories or giving you a place to hang out while I scream at video games because I'm not good at them, or like through monetary donations and things like that for charity. This is not the first charity initiative we've done, and I want to continue to keep doing them. And I would love to see them thrive knowing it's going to help people who need it. So yeah, we're at 125 out of 500 for our community goal. I believe that's the most recent. And that community goal lasts through July, and I would love to see us, if not hit it, at least get really close. So that would be really cool. So if you're in a position to give monetarily, you don't have to be. It's not a transactional experience. I'm certainly not going to shame anybody who doesn't donate, whatever your reasons may be. But it is an option, and it's a good place to put your money, should you want to. You can find the information in chat. And if you're watching on YouTube, I want to say I'm going to put it in the description, but knowing me, I'm going to just upload the video and forget. So, I will make an effort. Because this is going to be, it's also going to be late, this video, by the time things catch up, so we'll see what happens. But yes. And thank you to everyone who's already donated or who shared the links or hyped it up. I appreciate it. I want to keep that energy throughout the summer and help some people who need it. That being said, my brain just did like the window shutdown. That being said, to bring us back into our narrative, as Koi sets up at her assigned plot given to her by Madame Lore, who is coordinating the festival for the city, and settles into place after helping a young lady trying to get her start as a bard as well, and hopefully sending her on her way down the right path. We go back over to the No Name Inn, where Renori pretty soon will stir, but in the meantime, Raven and Faustus, you have a few hours at your disposal post learning Mage Hand. So what would both of you be up to?
I have some quick shopping. If we want to roleplay it, we can, but I just am buying like a shield is really all I'm looking to get. So I'm buying a shield because I have proficiency in them now.
That's fair. What kind of shield are you looking for?
I have a very specific thing I'm looking for, and if I can't get the specific thing, I will get something close and then modify it. But
okay.
I want a sort of medium-sized circular shield, not a huge one, but a circular shield. But then where it would be a complete circle, there's another circle cut out of it that makes it a crescent.
Ooh.
With the arms of the crescent pointing outward towards the hand. And so when you hold it like this, it has like a almost kind of like the Rebel Alliance kind of logo
nice.
thing like that, but it's a crescent.
Okay. And you would want that in just your standard metal, I assume?
Yeah, something with like I would actually be willing to pay more than the base price of the shield to have it be like golden colored metal to match the other kind of elements of Faustus. So whether that's like burnished brass or something like that that looks golden, probably not actual gold, but I
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Raven, do you have anything else? Anything you would like to look for?
Raven will tag along with Faustus, and then depending on where you lead Faustus,
I'm probably
for the
not
shield?
gonna do roleplay for this interaction, just for the sake
Okay.
of moving us to the festival and uniting the party.
where would Faustus be able to get this thing from?
Probably you're
That's
standing.
Smith.
Yeah, like any smithy,
Okay.
weaponsmith. Yeah.
Raven is going to try to add another +1 to her armor
Okay.
that she has right now, if that's possible.
Okay. Yeah. So as you sort of leave, dip from the inn for a moment and wander among the streets, you do find the commercial district, with a smithy suited to your needs. Faustus, you are able to find a shield, but the smithy has to actually manufacture the shape of it because the shape is unique. But the metal is there, in the color that you so desire. I would get back to you on price. You guys buy things, and I'm like, what do things cost?
A base shield is 10
It's
GP.
fake money.
Like standard would be 10 GP, but if it's more than that,
It's more than that. Raven, you want a +1 to your armor. Okay. Okay, so for Faustus, for the shield, it doesn't do anything, but for the material and then the work of reshaping it and restructuring it so that new shape is also sound to defend you and won't crumple, because this is a smithy who is proud of his work, it's gonna probably take you about 30 gold, which is a little steep, but workmanship.
acceptable.
Raven,
I would pay for fine workmanship.
Mm-hmm.
you to add to your armor, it's maybe gonna be like 25 gold, somewhere in there. It's the way your armor is. It's not your standard just leather. There's a lot of intricacies to it to make sure it goes with your outfit. So doing that, also the smithy would probably pass that up to his wife, who's probably more skilled in leather working than he is. So yeah, it's possible. You just have to pay.
Raven is willing to pay for the +1.
Sick. You're gonna have to come back to collect your things because it's gonna take a little bit of time.
Yeah, I was gonna say Raven probably gets changed into a secondary set of clothing, and then is willing to relinquish her armor for that.
Okay. So clothes are taken. The shield, you literally watch as soon as the gold is handed over Faustus, as the smith takes the shield in question and immediately goes over to his tools. He means business. Probably take you the festival's today. They're probably gonna want to get that wrapped up. Raven's armor will be done. Faustus, we might have to check back and see if he's done.
All right, that's fine.
Oh, I already get it back?
Well, by the time everybody would be going back to the festival, this is more like when Renori went to talk to Casper. Koi has now left. That sort of during the day stretch to account for you guys. So by the time everybody sort of we reunite the party, yeah, your armor would be done, but the shield, maybe not.
Okay.
It's two separate people working on it, so you have that advantage.
Cool.
So, with that being said, with that elapsing, is there anything else you'd like to do while you're out on the town?
No, can I do a perception check to see if I just see Cerise or Robin as we're out and about?
Yeah, sure.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's just that Discord was being homophobic.
Oh,
and
that's fine.
I did not hear a single sound.
No, it's okay.
That was cocked. Nice cock. Anyway.
Nice. That
so
process
sorry.
after the fact.
Dirty 20.
Okay. You don't see them at this moment, but we'll say you're gonna keep an eye out. How about that?
Yeah.
Anything else? Okay, so with that being said, Renori. Actually, before we leave Raven Faustus, would you all go back to the inn after your shopping, or would you just sort of be walking around? What's the vibe?
I would take the shopping, get the shopping order in, and then check back in later. But Faustus is going to go spend his time reading that book he found.
Okay.
Mage's Study, just to see if
Oh,
he can
wait.
ascertain anything of interest out of it.
Okay.
You would need Raven to read that to you, though, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think that's
Because
right.
it's in
It's in a
Celestial.
language I don't speak. Yeah.
Yeah. Raven would be willing to spend
Down
time
for
doing that for you.
some light reading this afternoon.
Sure.
I don't read Celestial. So
I could teach you a few things.
I bet you could.
Only the curse words.
That's exactly what was in my head.
He's literally thinking about teaching Francis the curse words, but telling
The
him
curse
they
words
mean
and the
other
words
things.
not guilty.
Yes.
So he knows how to plead.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, would you actually
Your
want
Honor.
Raven to teach you those things?
Oh,
And Your
absolutely.
Honor.
I need the words for not guilty. He went that way.
Amazing.
My god. So you retire back to the honeymoon suite. And would she be back yet? Nah. You retire back to the honeymoon suite, and it's just the two of you at this moment. Tessa's not in the room. You find a comfortable seat in the room, a comfortable space, and crack open the book. And Raven, I assume you're just translating real time, like reading it out loud type deal, or?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just saying it that way. That way both of you would be receiving the same information in real time. So this is a book written by the author remains unnamed. Like, there are symbols that indicate I should say there are symbols that indicate a author's name, but it's not really a name. It's kind of the word for bird almost, but it's like wrong, you know, like you know, like in a way a kid will grossly misspell something, but you know what the word is. It's like that, but it's not misspelled. It's almost like maybe an older spelling or something like that. And it has no title. The book is almost not necessarily a journal, but definitely a first person account of something. And as you proceed through, it's talking about, like, in very vague terms, from this person's personal experience, like, basically how to anarchy. It's not necessarily a direct guidebook instructional set, but it's this person's journey on, like, leaving a kingdom. To what capacity they were involved in that kingdom is unclear. Traveling and their observations about, like, the other nations of Faerun. And, like, their sort of, like, yeah, it reads almost like a political or like a war novel in a way. And it's like a study of some of Faerun's kingdoms from, like, a coup d'etat political overthrow type perspective.
Interesting. Okay.
Would
Yeah.
we be able to gather about when this book was written based off of their observations on Faerun? Like, is Faerun intact?
No, it's not that old. This book is not that old. No.
This book is still intact, so it's probably not that.
Yeah, the book's intact.
Okay, so it's
seems
post.
it seems
It's
recent
AD
enough.
after
Yeah.
the
This
damage.
let's say this. This
AC,
book
yeah.
may have been written
After damage.
while either Renori or the two of you were young. In that time range. Renori is much older than you. She's in her hundreds, right? 110-ish, I think, is what we said. Yeah. Or it could be more recent. Like, we're talking in the last century. But it's hard to date it explicitly. There are no... Whoever this person was obviously didn't want this, if not found, didn't want this attributed back to them. There's a lot of code and cipher, specific non-specifics.
Ooh, can I make some sort of check to dig in on the code and cipher and
Oh,
stuff?
sure,
and
yeah,
just
yeah.
see, like, if I can dig a little deeper into it. What
I'll
would that
give
be?
Faustus the help action.
Sweet,
Okay.
thank you. What would this check be?
Do intelligence for me.
I feel like you would need the help action anyway because Raven speaks
Jeez.
Celestial.
That's true.
Alright, I'm gonna use... No, I'm not gonna use a luck point, that's dumb. That's a 12 for intelligence.
Okay.
Not incredible.
You're gonna need to spend more time with it to crack it fully, but you understand the pattern this works off of.
Yeah.
So,
Alright.
with Raven's translations, what it's appearing to you is certain letters are being written in not anagrams. It's there's a word for like when a word is scrambled, but it still makes another
Cipher?
word. It's not. Is it? No, but anagrams don't have to make sense. It's not cipher. And anagrams don't have to make sense. It could just be any amalgam of words. But there's like a specific word for when you
word
have...
scramble.
Oh, scrambled word. But anyway, we're tangent.
Scrabble.
Like there is too, but I can't think of it.
Words with friends.
I know that... Thank you, Kristen. I know that there's a specific word for that where there's like... It makes...
Candy Crush.
It makes... God damn. And we're done. The Facebook mobs are gonna find us.
You're
it's
done.
fine. It's fine. I know there's a word for it. Can't say what it is. What?
All I'm finding is that it's an anagram.
It's like more. I'm gonna drive myself like
Entagram.
feral with this. It's fine.
Like how race car spelled backwards is still race car.
That's a different thing. It's like
No.
Ah.
I'm like actually like trying to follow along, and I'm a little high, and
This is just a lot. So
I can't
coming
pick up the
back.
sarcasm to begin with. So sometimes...
Raven, when like she sees that you're not fully cracking it.
Well, hold on. I have more to tell
Oh,
this
okay.
real quick. So it's you can't crack it enough to translate it. Let's say it like that. But you understand the pattern in which it operates, which is that the people like you can see where Raven is sort of stuttering in translations. You can tell she knows the words, but it's like specific wording, more ancient dialects of Celestial are being used, so it trips her up. And eventually, like, the words aren't necessarily specifically out of place where it's like a sentence about war and then it's like pineapple, you know? But like sometimes the wording is a little bit strange, and what you first latched onto is like a quirk of the author seems to stand out to you. You get the sense that there are specific words in the book that are scrambled, and then once unscrambled will present you the cipher to break. That unscrambling them will not be enough, because if it were, the words probably wouldn't make any sense.
There's layers to the
Somebody had time.
secrecy.
Right.
Well, I have time too.
Yes, you do. You do have time. So that's what you gather, and you don't get very far into the book. It's not a super thick tome, but it's a lot of dense writing, and then also having to translate real time, you know. But you get the gist of what it's about.
Wait.
Sorry, the dialect is a little bit further out of my reach.
Seemed fine to me. Why did you learn Celestial? You were in a temple, right? You were being groomed for some sort of role in a church. Like, why would
Well,
someone
at
learn Celestial? I'm
first-
just trying to think who this author might have been. It seems significant that they would choose her. Maybe just because it's rare and they were trying to be secretive. But I wonder, you know, what might
well,
have caused them to write it.
I was learning Celestial at first because they were willingly teaching me. And then, long story short, shit got bad. And I had to keep sneaking off to their library to continuously learn and practice. And then that's how I also then learned Abyssal. But, I mean,
There's so many
write...
magical texts written in Elvish. I just focused on learning Elvish. But
I mean, I write most things in Celestial and Abyssal because they are rare languages, so you're not completely off in thinking something like that. At least not from my perspective, that is.
So, is there anything else we would like to pursue in this moment? Either
Just
related to
something
the
brief.
book or not.
Just something brief I want to point out, that since we're sitting close and stuff, you'll probably notice Faustus's like armor and clothing and stuff. He's clearly been tampering with it, like I mentioned, and that tampering has progressed. Like in every free moment he has, you can see him with like wires, like metal, like gold wires sticking out of the end of his gauntlets, and he's like weaving it around into little ruts and like into grooves, and there's runes with gold inlay, and he's fussing with these, and then you'll come to learn Mage Hand or something else will interrupt, and he just sort of like stuffs it all his equipment away in his bag very hurriedly. But kind of every spare moment, he's like cramming to like he's kind of obsessively tinkering with his armor.
I mean,
Hell yeah.
you're.
Hmm?
It's nice, the new things that you're learning.
Oh, it's going to be more than nice. Yes.
Yeah.
I thought of some things, and it's going to be very very utilitarian. I know it looks rather fancy, but gold is actually just an excellent conductor for weave energy. Is why I'm using it. It's not because it's so shiny, and
I mean, shiny is a perk.
it's definitely a perk. I'm those rings I stole from that Alisari dress shop. I've taken the jewels out of them. I'm going to decorate the armor with them.
That's
Yes, it's going to
handy.
be. It's going to be very nice.
Raven closes the book that is in Celestial and taps her fingers against it.
Anything on your mind?
The Wizard's Tower seemed uneventful from the outside.
Yes, I was surprised by that, but yes, it was.
Does that mean that the... Oh man, I need to find a different way to phrase this.
I don't know why I'm laughing.
It's because I'm not gonna have Raven ask if he passed the vibe check. I'm gonna have to figure out
Just ask
how
me
else to phrase this. Well, did the mage seem compliant?
Chill.
Okay, I
Hey,
might be
me and my
very
wizard
different.
friend
You
saw you
met-
across the bar and we liked your vibe.
You met many.
Oh. Yeah.
I couldn't not. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Was the mage compliant?
I'm in my like.
Have
heart
you
rate
met
going.
many well-studied masters of the arcane arts that are compliant? I would say that is perhaps an impossibility, but not compliant, but fuck everything. Fuck me for saying this. I think he might actually be a decent human being, and I don't know if that's because I'm different or he's different or what, but I'm not used to encountering government officials or people with authority and power who tell me with sincerity that they care about educating the underprivileged in the arcane arts, which is not something you'll find many people willing to put political effort behind. It doesn't earn you any points with the people who have money and are paying taxes. You know, it's refresh. I was refreshed by a perspective I wasn't expecting from him, and I didn't particularly want to kill him, even though I did want his things. I didn't really think that it was. I didn't feel like it would leave the scales balanced if I were to kill him.
I mean, it's about time some people with good intention finally were on the side of the people with the actual power.
I don't want to confuse anyone. It's not like I'm going to stop killing people. I just think maybe I should kill the government officials that are getting in his way. And then he could do the good stuff he's trying to do. You know, he can't do that part because he's a decent man.
Are you asking me to help you kill government officials who are in the way of this Grand Mage?
I mean, if it comes up.
I mean, it would be fun to see what damage my magic could do.
Yes. Speaking of that,
Mm-hmm.
what do you know? I can't. Out of character. I don't feel like we've discussed this or not.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know exactly where your magic comes from?
Out of character, I have an idea. But I sort of was like, I either have a very specific idea or I have a vague idea, and then you can fill in the details. I like this one better. Here you go, Liz. And so, like, that's that's going. But, well, obviously I know what my subclass is. I know the broad stroke of why. I don't know the fine details. Raven has no fucking clue. Just zero idea. Are you gonna ask? Were you?
Yeah, he's just
wondering in character?
asking explicitly
Okay.
in character, like, do you know where magic comes from? It's obviously different.
Yeah, it's confusing. I don't know how I have access to this specific magic. But I wonder if figuring out who my parents were could help with that. Considering I don't have any idea what my family history is.
I have a DM.
Yeah. Are you about to ask me if you know who Raven's parents are? I can't.
No,
tell you that.
I'm about to ask you if I can do something. If I can do something a little bit fucky and a little bit outside the square box of the rules of this spell. I'm just curious.
You already know I'm down with that.
I currently have a spell
Uh-huh.
now as an artificer, Identify,
Yes.
which I can cast as a ritual. I'd like to try to cast Identify on Raven to try to identify the source of her magic. Technically, what it's designed to do is identify a magical effect that's on an object or on a person. But I'm just curious if I could, like, tap into what kind of magic is she dealing with. Because Faustus knows a little bit about kind of metaphysically, from study, the construct of the weave and how clerics use magic differently than wizards do and stuff like that. So I think he's just trying to see if he can get any information out of it. And if it's nothing, that's fine. But it's just a ritual casting, so it's not taking a spell slot. He just wants to see if he can get anything out of that.
You'll get something from the spell, but go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
Okay.
I am also interested to see what happens.
As a 22, I rolled a 19 on the die.
Okay. The spell identifies Raven as having... So, you're using the spell as cast, basically, and interpreting the results based on what you want. We're going to frame it that way. Because of the way you were trained in the arcane arts, you're not at, I'm going to invent a spell or bend a spell type levels anywhere quite soon. So, you cast the spell as written and interpret the results. And by casting the spell as written, it identifies a magical effect on Raven, as it is wont to do. And it sort of pings to you, like the spell almost like statics out because it doesn't know how to give you, like when a computer will freak out when you ask it to do something, like
not open this file type,
right? Yeah.
Like all of a sudden it's gonna say Google Chrome is not responding.
Exactly. Yeah, identify is not responding.
The little Tyrannosaurus Rex comes up.
Yeah.
Clippy comes up, so I hear.
Oh
so I
God!
see you're trying to fuck
Holy
around.
shit, Clippy, where have you been?
I miss him. What have they done with my boy?
Clippy showed up.
Clippy's been on the dark web. He's seen some shit.
Clippy showed up
back
in my
with lots of
nightmares.
baggage.
So
He's gonna be in
I'm
season
dropping
7
a
of Rick
meme
and
in our
Morty.
gen chat.
So Faustus,
Okay.
you casting the spell, it kicks back that there is a magical effect on Raven, and that effect is like willingly produced. Like it's giving you sort of the read back of, hey, you're casting identify on an object somebody's using at the moment. Right? Like it's generating whatever magical ability it's intended to, but when it tries to tell you like what it does, it freaks out because, but interpreting the results, what you know about magic and what you've seen of Raven, you do identify the abilities that she can do. You narrow it down to a few things. Sorcery is the big one for you. But the thing is that sorcerers, their power is innate. Usually it has a cause. Something causes that magic to spark. Of course, there are natural born sorcerers who just, at one point in their life, suddenly their hands start sparking. But there are a number of studies that have proven that events of arcane importance, or perhaps even traumatic importance in someone's life, can then, in a defense mechanism, outwardly produce the ability to cast magic.
And that's on trauma.
Yes. That's the reading you feel most comfortable in. You get Warlock again, just because the way that you're studying, you've seen power in your time. And you know when something is powerful, but its full limit is not being applied. And you know when something simply does not have that kind of power. And Raven's sort of readout here is giving you power not being utilized to the max. Which sort of ticks like, oh, well, maybe it's coming from a different source. Maybe it's not coming from her. But you feel pretty confident in sorcery.
I've seen things like this before. It's difficult magic to analyze or learn about because it's not as structured as wizardly studies. There's a lot that's not written down, but sorceress origins sometimes spark later in life. It could be something like that. There might have been something latent that was awakened during that fight, perhaps. Interesting. I was just curious what the source might be and how much you knew about it. Just because anytime I see people getting gifts of magic lately, I just want to make sure we know who it's coming from.
That's fair. I feel like if I thought that my magic was coming from somewhere else, I would also be concerned just because of Mephisto shit. And Raven rolls her eyes right before she says Mephisto's name.
I'm trying to remember, have you specifically cast... I'm trying to remember what spells you've cast. No, I can't even ask that question because I can't remember what spells you cast. I'll just have to pay closer attention now. interesting.
I mean,
I think
I
you're.
remember
I
there
will
being-
say this.
I remember there being something specific you cast that I was like,
I know
and it made
exactly
me
what you're
think it's-
talking about, and I don't want to remind you because this is very
I
entertaining.
feel like I swear to God there was like moonlight involved in the spell. Like there was damage from like moonlight or something, and I was like, that's not typically a sorcerer spell.
I will say I think you have
So-
all the tools to guess Raven's subclass based on the things that have happened so far.
What Faustus
Yeah.
is really wondering is if you have some sort of connection to Saloon. Primarily because Faustus has a little bit of a feeling like he has a bit of a connection to Saloon. It's part of why he's incorporating some of the imagery he is, because they are technically on a mission from Saloon. And if that's the case, you know, shape up or ship out, get with the program. If she's in charge, you know. Start wearing her brand.
We
you know?
came full circle from killing gods to being like, listen, leave her alone.
Be a brand ambassador for now. We can talk about.
At least she's not paying you an exposure.
Deicide? We can talk about Deicide later.
Yeah, it could be worse. She could be one of those gods that pays you an exposure.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
I'm gonna
Hello.
say that God that pays you an exposure.
Yeah,
oh,
you know,
so
you gotta-
Catholicism?
Well, yeah,
Sorry, what?
exactly. You have to hand out pamphlets to keep your powers.
Uh, Anyway, moving on, right? By that in a very unsmooth way.
So smooth.
So smooth.
Yeah.
Like crunchy.
Uh, Raven,
Thank you.
you know, if I felt like my powers came from somewhere else and I didn't know where they came from, or I wasn't sure what those intentions were, I would try my best to figure that out or stop that from happening again. But when you forget what the spell told you, what do you think?
I get a distinct impression, because of a correlation of a large amount of randomly assimilated data, that I think Saloon is involved in some way in what has happened to you. I can't say that for certain. I've noticed some telltale markers, and we're already on a mission, and it seems like something is being piped down to you from somewhere that is outside of my realm of understanding within magic, which indicates to me something of a more divine nature. Though there are other kinds of magic, like sorcery, that are outside my purview, but just thinking, just curious. I've always been very devout worshiper of Mask, as you know, but I am certainly flexible enough to include other gods of the pantheon in my ministrations. I do
And
most
are-
of my work at night.
And
Most of my best work.
are there perhaps other things that you're also flexible in?
I can't imagine what you might mean.
Sorry.
Faustus is being a brat. He knows.
We
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Faustus is very
Faustus.
good at being a brat.
Speaking
Ayo.
of that fight, I died and fully saw some sort of vision.
What did you see?
Raven would then remind you of like because I think that she did it. Okay, never mind. She'll just say this to you for the first time. Well, it's part it's essentially what Cerise ended up seeing, which is a moon, 3 moons in different phases forming a triangle, and then a red star in the center of that. And my camera froze, which is great.
Oh
for me.
no.
Oh boy.
How eldritch of it to freeze when
No. I'm gonna have to unplug it because that's the only way that I know how to fix it is if I plug it and unplug it again.
The classic turn it on and back
We're all
off
gonna-
again.
Yeah. I'm gonna say what Raven says to you first and try to wrap this bit
Okay.
of role play up first because that is what I would like to take priority. So that's how my face looks sometimes.
That's fair. Don't worry.
But and I heard a voice. There was a woman, I think, and she said, "It is not your time, my child. Do not follow her. You still have much to do." And at the time I saw Tessa because, I mean, my understanding is foggy, but that, I believe that Tessa seemed to have also was on the brink of death.
So this voice that spoke to you spoke through Tessa.
No, I saw Tessa in the distance.
Ah.
And I tried to follow after her. The voice stopped me. She also told me that I have one more chance. And that she cannot protect me. Back with you.
Let's hope it was Saloon and not Istis, because Saloon's the goddess of fate. If she tells you that you're only got one chance, then you're pretty much fucked. But Saloon might not know what she's talking about. She's just the goddess of the moon.
Oh my god.
Mhm.
Took me out so bad.
Stay in your lane, you know what I mean?
Oh my god.
Faustus.
Just the goddess of the moon.
She's only the goddess of the moon.
Oh, Faustus.
He looks up and he's like, just kidding.
A divine lightning storm. Like, the roof of the inn is torn off.
I cast Absorb Elements!
Oh my god.
Oh my
In
god.
the next round, I sneak attack Saloon.
Absorb these hands.
I can't, I don't have the shield spell.
That's, yeah.
Faustus.
But I do have a shield soon. Hopefully.
Soon.
Soon.
I can cast shield.
Soon.
I love that for you, Renori.
Faustus.
Yes.
I'm very. I mean, it's important. It's not like it's not. I also want to understand what happened when I died, but I'm kind of tired of talking about my death.
That's understandable.
And I would really like to spend as many moments as I can feeling truly alive.
Well, if Saloon and Istis won't protect you while you're here, I will. And he will lean in to kiss you if you'll let him.
Sorry. I'm trying really hard to figure out how to make anything smooth at all.
Welcome to being
an
Casper.
Because, like, literally, like, it'll just be like, okay, here's point A, and then there's new point B, and I'm just like, great, how do I get there? You gave me an idea with no transition. My brain. After the kiss, Raven will
A few hours
Smirk.
be there.
Raven will smirk. I believe I promised you something if things went well in the Wizard's Tower.
You did. You did indeed.
Hmm?
But I think the bet was, if we're being... I need to keep you accountable in this. I believe the bet was you would show everyone your tits, not just me. So I think that was the bargaining. Is that correct? However, I won't say anything. If you can't.
Oh my god.
Raven will lean in and say in Faustus's ear, I mean, if he would like a private preview, I wouldn't be opposed either.
Okay.
Rad.
So I know where this is going.
Pulse told us all that we are thirsty and too
We
hydrated.
decided to pull the trigger on Faustus's and Raven's will they won't they in the middle of the afternoon before going to a festival.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, water went up my
Is there anything else happening besides show and tell? Just so for my clarity as I narrate.
It would be fine if that happened. I have water.
I have 3 words, if you're willing to let it go that far.
Yeah. Oh yeah. How would this work? Who would get the 3 words?
You can
Probably
both give
both
it
of
to
us.
me.
Yeah. We each get 3?
Yeah, so it's 6. I'll figure something out.
You go
What
first.
are you thinking?
You go first.
Okay, I'm pulling up my list. Give me a second.
Or you can like flip a coin.
Sarah, if you listen to me, Sarah.
I'm not gonna do the filler up
Thank
for
you.
Faustus and Raven's first time having sex canonically.
Thank you.
That
Well,
would be ridiculous.
I just needed. You say that as if you wouldn't, which alarms me because you would.
Oh, I have a pretty good one. I mean, I'll say mine, you say yours, and then we'll decide. How about that?
Okay. All right.
Okay. Mine is purple lip gloss everywhere.
Nice.
That's great. That's great. Mine is Mage Hand Legerdemain.
Nice. These are 2 things that are compatible.
You know, I would not be opposed to a Lessons in Mage Hand Part 2.
Yeah, this is the hands-on portion of the lesson.
I have some more things to teach you about Mage Hand, he says in your ear.
That was great. So, as
Oh man. Uh-huh.
so as a breeze sort of rustles through the honeymoon suite and gently disturbs the curtains. The window's not fully open, but open enough to let a gentle air sort of peruse the room. Sarah will be back soon, guys. Don't freak out.
I'm gonna freak out.
I would also freak out. It's fine. I said that not to freak
Alright.
myself out.
Well, now. Okay.
There she goes. So as
There we
this
go.
breeze rustles through the room, the 2 of you close, Faustus still smelling of roses, and Raven lip gloss poppin'. Because I could not think of another phrase, and I feel like that's pretty fit.
Yep.
As you both fall into bed together after what seems like such an eternity of knowing each other, it feels right. It feels so, so right. And it turns out Faustus does have a lot to teach you about Mage Hand. But you also have a lot to teach him, because you just learned Mage Hand. Anyway, so, as the 2 of you spend an afternoon in bed next door.
Real quick, just
Mhm.
one thing. While Faustus is laying there next to Raven, he will just sort of say quietly, but loud enough to hear, just say, I don't think I've ever stayed after before.
I don't know if you're familiar with the phrase that people pay sex workers to leave. It's never true. The patron always leaves first. I mean, there's still a lot of day left. So we don't have to just stay here.
I'm not leaving.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, that's so sweet. So as the afternoon continues, and is lovers inappropriate? I feel like lovers is. I feel like we're there.
No.
As two lovers fall into bed together, two more lovers wake. Renori.
What's up?
After a wonderful nap, in just the blissful dark, you have dark vision.
Correct.
Okay. So you sort of take in the room around you. They do have like proper. You notice that the curtains are enchanted. Like they have that sort of airy chiffon look to them that light would pass through, but as soon as you shut them, the room was blacked out. And seeing Aurora's work at the bar, it almost doesn't surprise you. So you take in sort of the following in the dark in your varying shades of gray. You see Casper's face. He never, like, you pulled the blanket over the two of you, but he never really, like, got comfortable for bed. He literally just sort of laid down for a nap. And so you just kind of see his face, like, smushed into his arm. He's murmuring something in his sleep, and his nose kind of twitches every once in a while. There's a very gentle quiet in the room. And you start to hear, like, something shuffling a little bit.
Oh, absolutely not.
And as you slowly look over to locate the source of the noise, you see Casper's satchel near the foot of the bed is vibrating. It's shaking.
Why'd he put our vibrator in there?
No, like, it's fully, like, bouncing. It would have to be industrial.
That's some vibrator, bro.
Right.
Some first vibrators, you know.
That would anyway, so
Top of the line.
it's the bag itself is trembling.
Oh, I go over.
Okay. Casper sort of makes, like, a grab, like a half-ass sleepy grab at you to, like, sort of pull you back.
Arm away.
But he's just not there.
Yep.
And what are you doing with the bag?
Reaching in.
Okay, so the bag is currently shut, and as you flip open the lid, you are met, and it's very irritating, like that feeling of sunlight after you've adjusted to the dark. But it's not sunlight. And this is a normal bag. This is not a bag of holding.
Yeah.
Inside the bag is a book, and you've seen this book before. The cover is in emerald green, and right now it's giving off a irritatingly bright emerald green light. And you can tell that the book is the source of the disturbance.
Grab it.
Okay. It's still, like, shaking in your hands. And as you turn to look at it, this was the book that was in the secret compartment of the war table when everyone broke in there. Nothing about the book has changed besides the glow and the shaking.
What the fuck? Try opening it.
You open it, and some of the pages, like, flip a little bit, and it lands, and it doesn't give you the impression of, like, the book is showing me the page, you know, like, it's more like the pages are going all over the place, and it finally settles because the book stops moving. And then from behind you, you hear, babe, I am so comfortable, and you were so comfortable, and can we do this again? And he's like, Casper's like reaching back to try and like grab at the back of your shirt and pull you back into bed.
The book doesn't want me to be a narc.
But your spell books, you can talk to your spell books don't talk to you, babe.
No.
It's adorable when you talk to them, but they don't talk back to you, I promise. If they do, that's a different kind of book.
No, this. And Renori will turn around holding the book.
As soon as you turn to show him the book, the glow also goes away.
Would he have clocked the glow at all?
He looks at you, he's squinting, not willing to fully be awake, and also can't super see in the dark. But he looks, he goes, yeah, okay, there's a book.
Yeah, no, your book's acting fucking weird, my guy.
I love Renori
My
so
guy.
much.
My guy.
He sort of like pushes himself up on his elbow a little bit, and the blanket falls aside.
Ooh.
Can we be more specific?
Hello, Captain.
Okay. I'm already tempted,
Aye.
okay? Every waking moment I'm tempted, and you make it.
Give in.
Surprised you guys slept through Raven and Faustus on the other side of the wall.
Yep. I did that
Are
on
they
purpose.
connected?
Yeah,
No,
you share a
surprised
wall,
they
but
were.
you share a farther wall, so your chances of hearing them
Doesn't
are
matter.
unlikely.
Oh.
Thaumaturgy? Just kidding. I don't have thaumaturgy.
Raven does.
Wow, you ever lose your train of thought?
There was one time before Raven really bonded with everybody, but Renori and Casper were obviously like a thing. Where I thought of a prank, and Raven honestly could still do this, where she casts thaumaturgy and mimics Renori's voice and says something and tries to implicate something that goes on in the captain's quarters when the door is shut.
See, Renori would just love that.
Yeah, that's objectively hilarious.
But it includes okay. I'll make a note of that.
You were talking of Renori, the book. Casper's looking sexy. There's the book.
Oh my god, yeah, whatever. Your bag started jumping around as if there were a live creature inside of it.
Okay.
And I opened it up, and this book was glowing green and shaking about even as I held it. And funnily enough, there, Redbane, the minute that you woke up, it chilled out. So.
Okay.
And she's gonna cast dancing lights.
Okay, so he sort of shields at first, and as his eyes adjust to the dim, he reaches out to take the book. And he sort of resigns himself to sit up, understanding the nap is over, knowing when to mourn it and let it go.
Smart.
And so he sits up, sort of crisscross, and looks at it, runs his fingers over the cover. Looks the same as the day you found it. He opens it, he flips through a few of the pages, closes it, he looks at it from all angles, and he goes, not that I don't believe you, I definitely believe you.
Detect magic.
Okay. You get a strong magical aura. Where detect magic would normally display a I love getting spicy with magic. Where detect magic would normally display a localized glow to the object at hand. The glow sort of bleeds a little bit almost like a soft airbrush, rather than this thing is glowing and this is the thing. The light bleeds onto Casper's hands at equal strength. He's not wearing any rings. Well, he's wearing rings, but you can tell it's not like, hey, this is a... He's also wearing, like, a magic ring that would attune to this. Like, it's... Like, the glow from the book is bleeding into him.
Boots Boy gonna be Books Boy now?
I want
Boots and
merch.
books and boots and books and boots and books.
I want merch so
Cast
bad.
transpose letter.
Oh my god. We're all just switching classes.
Casper's boots turn to books and his books turn to boots. The whole world's upside down.
We're just switching classes now. Casper's just gonna be a wizard now. Like, we're all just gonna start trading.
I'm gonna be a beholder.
Yeah, you know, everything's really just gonna start getting weird.
Do I need to roll an Arcana check to see if I understand like what that implies?
You can.
$22.
Okay, give me 1 second. Everybody check Discord for me for a second, while I continue. So, Sue, with a 22, you are able to see that, not to see, but to ascertain that this effect, while you don't know if this would be, say, replicated with another object of this type, is very well could look different the next time you do it. But you get the feeling from the spell, and the kickback that it's giving you. Why did everybody switch places all of a sudden? What just happened?
What?
Ghost in the machine.
Sarah and Sachi just switched places. Did one of you turn your cameras off?
No.
No.
Discord is just being
Hey, Discord made a decision.
Discord is being racist.
Discord
We're
knows.
not interchangeable Asian women.
And I want to put you back because it's so deeply upsetting to me. But I feel like I'm gonna do it, and Discord is gonna be racist again. We here at Stormborn's Curse
I'm just
Enterprise do not support racism of any form. Even when our computer programs perpetrated against our will. That was just like a sucker punch. Oh my god.
nothing
Yeah.
prepared me
Like,
for that.
Of all the people to do that with as well.
Right? Can both of you do me a favor
Asian.
really quick?
And switch character sheets.
No. Turn your cameras off and turn them back on again and see if that fixes it.
Hold on.
Sachi.
Hold on. My mouse is not.
No, well,
Hold on.
we gotta wait. There we go. Okay. Maybe? Nope. That was strange. Okay, I'm gonna just do 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 do.
It's so funny because they just keep blinking back and forth on the screen, like teleporting.
Love the weird music.
Tears. I don't know if anybody on
genuinely
stream can
crying.
see it. But listen, crying.
Because it's like the most harmless thing to happen.
But it was just
It's the fact that I noticed, because like I would not have noticed if I was looking away or looking at my notes, and it would have just been like that. And the racism.
no,
would
I
have
noticed
spoken.
it right as you did, Liz. So
Oh my
I was
I don't
just
think it
about.
would be as funny if it were not Sarah and I who switched.
Yeah, that was great.
Like that's what made it.
Discord. No, we're not doing hate crimes during Pride Month. Okay, come on, man.
The last 2 months have been Sarah and I's month. Like they cannot do this to us.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, this is your
It was
year.
also my birthday on Wednesday. This
Yep.
was
Right.
particularly
Wow, now it's
targeted.
even more bullshit.
Yeah,
I
no.
know.
This is
Oh
why
my
we're not.
God.
Discord knows we're gonna not use Discord anymore, so this is like the last hurrah. You know, this is like the hate crime out the door.
Making a
Um,
statement.
Oh.
It's the
Mhm.
revenge. Yeah.
A
Anywho,
hate crime out the door.
oh yeah, no, is that not a universal experience? We don't have time to unpack that. Anyway,
No,
so,
I just
But it's D&D.
Renori. I don't even remember what I
Yeah.
was saying to you. I don't even remember what it was. I know it was something about numbers that like took me out to my core.
Oh, wait.
It was about the
My
book.
note was that
Did I
Faustus
give you
and Raven
your
had
Arcana
sex.
check yet?
Yeah, it was a 22, and you were letting me know, like, because I was trying to discern if I would understand the
That's what it is. That's what
magical,
I'm saying. So you don't
like,
know
what
if,
it means.
you don't know if you would like if casting this spell again, either now or at a different time, would show you this effect differently. But you ascertain in a weird, messy way that doesn't necessarily obey the bounds of the spell that you're familiar with, which is strange. Like, this misbehavior specifically sticks out to you, but it gives you the impression of attunement. Both the mark of the object on the person and the mark of the person on the object. But it's like not coming off right. Like, there's just something weird about it. You can tell, like, very plain as day that the book itself, whether you're not sure what capacity the magic is in, it doesn't read back to you as a specific school. And you don't know if this is, like, you're very unfamiliar with sort of the parameters of if this is, like, all the time, if this is, like, just happening because, like, you know. But seeing it, yeah, it gives you the impression of attunement.
Well, I guess I'll leave it alone for now. Nori just kind of like slumps her shoulders, but I'm making notes of all of this. She like squints at Casper.
Come get my help.
I like
Later.
cool. I like Casper sort of just is looking like he's slowed down around like some point in the book, and he's like now he's looking fondly at some of the pages. He looks up at you. I mean, like I said, I believe you. I always believe you. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's a book. Like, he shows you, like, this is a storybook.
Yes, I'm
embarrassingly
familiar with
enough, made
I'm
for
familiar
children.
with the concept, and she's gonna take the book from him.
Be gentle.
Yeah. I love books, Casper. I'm gonna be careful with it.
I know. That one's just special. Just
So angry.
all books are special.
that one's very special to me specifically.
And therefore it's very special to me specifically.
Okay.
She's gonna put it back in his bag, like, very carefully.
Okay. Okay.
She'll leave it alone for now.
Okay.
That's it. She's gonna, her next, like, thing will be like, so we're going to this festival that we keep avoiding, even though it's happening around us every night, and it really feels like we should see it at least once, because we could die tomorrow.
Yeah, I think
Cool.
we should go. They do a thing. Excuse me. They do a thing down at the seaside.
Thing?
Yeah. Where you can, like, send out a lantern together and make a wish. That would be cool if we got to do that. I don't have a wish. I just think it's cute.
I mean, I've got plenty of wishes, so.
Fair enough. Your wishes are my wishes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
I'm gonna get
that's
dressed. I made it
poetic
weird.
there. Yep.
I made it
Okay.
weird. I'm gonna get dressed.
Yep, you did. It's okay.
Um,
You were trying to be cute, and I appreciate it.
I don't know why I try.
That was both Kristen to Liz and Renori to Casper.
Yep, I know. I felt
From
it,
the
which is why
room,
Casper
from
was...
the adjacent room with my passive perception of 19, do I hear Faustus, or not Faustus, Casper putting his boots on as he sort of like steps into his
Oh
boots?
my
and he's
Oh
getting out?
my
Hear
god.
myself putting my boots on with my passive perception.
I just have the
No,
visual.
do I hear Casper putting his boots
I have
on?
the
That's what I
visual
want to
of
know.
Faustus sitting bolt upright in bed, like he's putting on the boots.
My own feet.
Yeah, I
No,
think that if
I'm
that
trying to
is the
think up
image-
on if I know they're leaving. Like, if I could hear
You
like
wouldn't hear the sound
Casper
of
getting
him
ready.
putting on the boots because you were on the opposite side of the room to the wall
No,
that
that's
connects to their room.
the exact reason that I pulled that specific sound is because when you put on tall boots, you have to stamp down into
Do
them.
you all think he's out here wearing the kinky boots? Like, he's wearing boots.
He's wearing like knee-high sailor's boots.
Yeah, but they're of a normal heel size. He doesn't have stilettos.
I mean, you still gotta stomp into those. I had to stomp into my docks, and those are like
That was
normal boot size.
why I picked that specific sound to look out for. because
Okay.
Also, it would prove to me that he does take them off and put them on again, which I still
We'll
don't know for
argue
sure.
that during the
Stay
months of being in such close quarters and the amount of pranks pulled on the captain's quarters specifically, that you recognize the sound of Casper's specific boots.
Excellent. That's all
impacting
that's
the
all I needed to hear.
Oh my god.
I love this cast.
Are
guys.
you okay? But what do you look like, Faustus, as you manage to listen to
Bolt
this?
upright, just like
No.
No, I think he's sitting completely still, and he has like so stupid. He's probably actually like you. If you were to look over at him, he's just laying on his back like leisurely and comfortable, but his eyes are like white. And then you look over and you see Lilith pressed up against the wall.
oh my god.
Little
And
snake
Lilith is
just
like a bigger raven
Well,
now.
Lilith is a raven.
No,
right
she's
now.
back to
You reverted her?
Yeah, I spent the gold to burn to, or it was a
Okay.
ritual casting, so I brought
Okay.
her back to snake form because I like her
Okay.
snake form better.
She's a little worm.
Flying snake form.
The worm.
She's a little worm.
The worm.
Okay.
Worm.
That's a
I
beautiful.
think I hear
horrifying
Casper
image.
putting his boots on. I think they're getting ready to go. Did you want to perhaps go to the festival? We haven't been out yet.
To the festival?
Yeah.
Sure. Do I know anything about this festival, like, off the top of my head?
Yeah, based on what's been
I know that we've
mentioned-
explained it out of character.
Yeah, based on what's been mentioned and what you've seen, it seems like not necessarily a harvest festival because this isn't an agricultural city, but more of like a general celebration of life, of light, progress, and gratefulness. Like if Thanksgiving wasn't about pilgrims and was actually about what white people said it was about. You know what I mean? Like actually like the spirit of this holiday and why people release the lanterns, and this is like stuff all of you I think would be able to piece together in your varying manners. It's like you take a look at what you have around you, you think of what you want for the future, and while expressing some gratefulness for something, no matter how minute, even if it's just being alive at the moment to witness the festival itself, that you express gratefulness for the present moment you're in, and then you get to make wishes for the future. There's no limit on how many lanterns you send out. There are tales of people who like sit by the seaside and just send lantern after lantern after lantern. There are some people who've only ever sent one in their life. But that's the gist of it, is that instead of carrying the burden of unspoken wishes, that you can release it, and it might give you the confidence to chase it, thus creating a lore around magic and the wishes coming true. Lore dump.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, Raven will get up and start to get dressed. And they'll head off to the festival, I guess.
Okay.
We see
We're...
Faustus get dressed for the first time as he steps out of bed into his pants and they pull onto him.
Nice.
And his
Dweeb.
shirt leaps up from the floor and goes down one arm, and then he puts the other arm in. He uses telekinesis for everything.
This is
I will
amazing.
say that your passive perception is high enough. But I forgot to mention this earlier, but in like quick trigger warning about like scarring and stuff, but you do notice on like the lower part of Raven's back looks pretty messed up and gnarly.
This has been briefly discussed before, but Faustus is covered in scars from head to toe from knife fighting in urban streets when he was growing up. So he's covered in scars. So he probably doesn't even think much of it, just because it's like people have scars. It's not something you necessarily ask about. Like So he's
I think that if you were to note anything, is that it's localized specifically there, and then like there's nothing really else on the rest of her body. Maybe like the occasional like you cut yourself randomly going through the woods and then it just stuck around for whatever reason.
Like that one.
Or like me, you punched ice and now you have a little smiley face on your knuckle.
That's adorable.
Broke a crystal glass I was watching, and now my finger has a dimple.
Oh,
yeah, a dimple.
Oh, so we all just have... We're gonna be here all day. I'm curbing this ADHD before it starts.
Yep.
All right?
I felt it.
Check yourself. Everybody come back. Come back.
I wanted you to have something. Been holding on to this for a while. No one else knows about it. It's technically stolen, so don't tell Casper. You can do that, right?
Keep a secret.
Yes.
Raven is doing the thing where, like, you could tell that she would laugh, but she's not laughing. Yes.
Anyway, and he pulls out from around his neck on a little, like, leather thong, a little skull. There's the skull of wait, oops, no, go back, which allows you to do one reroll. And he says, I'd like you to have this. It's well, you see, I sort of studied it quite a bit. I didn't tell anyone this. It's sort of why I grabbed the Strands of Fate. I thought I might be able to replicate this without having to use the object, and I have now. So I thought it might be better used for someone who can't twist fate on their own. But now you can.
Raven.
I don't even have the response to that.
Faustus hands you. I want to describe the object for you, and Jake, can you do me a favor and just send Sarah the description of what it does? So.
Oh, I have it written down. From when you did it the first time because of the SBC Bible.
So
there's a good chance that your notes are better than mine. I wrote down let's reroll once per day.
I
wrote down verbatim what you said.
You have to basically it's you re-roll, and off the top of my head, because I can't look at my notes right now with the stream set up. But off the top of my head, what it does, and you can check my math on this, but it should allow you to re-roll once per day, but you have to take the new number regardless of what it is.
I think that what you said at the time was that the oops, no, wait, no, go back. Once per day / long rest, you are able to re-roll any d20 skill check, saving throw, attack roll, etc. I don't know if there's anything specific about choosing the new number or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I will correct myself after stream if I'm incorrect. That feels correct because it's a homebrew item. But any roll. This is a minute pocket of twisting fate to your whim, which is incredibly potent magic. So thus can only be used once per day. And you can, you have to take the lowest number, and what Faustus hands you is a small, content warning for animal death / bones. It's a small rabbit skull that's been cleaned and treated. it looks well taken care of, and it doesn't seem too ornate. It just has like a symbol carved into it.
Raven's a lot more chill about this than I am currently. Uh, uh, Raven will ask, "Are you sure you don't need this? I mean, I know that you've learned how to bend your fate or whatever, but everyone's luck runs out."
Well, what that can do. Magic items often take time to absorb ambient energy from the weave in order to become useful again. My, not to brag, but my repository of arcane energy is 3 times as strong as that item. So it really, I think, would be a better use to you. But while he's saying this, he's walking and he's continuing, pieces of his wardrobe are continuing to like slide on. And you see he starts reaching into his bag and pulling out some pieces that you don't recognize and just kind of strapping them on while he's talking. And then at the end, he puts both hands onto his like leather chest pieces, and runes appear on them. He uses magic tinkering, and runes appear on them, and then the runes flash amber, like a golden amber light, and he is using one of his artificer infusions to make his armor a +1 armor.
Nice.
Thank you. I'm gonna roll something real quick. It's one of Raven's self-insight checks about herself.
Okay.
Cool.
Introspective.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm like, well, I know this, but will Raven know this? It's not that I haven't felt like you guys would protect me. There's actually a lot of examples in which you guys already have. I just... It's been a really long time since I really felt like people were on my side.
I understand that feeling.
She'll walk up and grab the Oops, No Wait, Go Back. Give you a kiss to your temple, and then she'll put it on around her. Was it like a necklace that you had it as?
I had it basically just attached to like a little, either like a little chain or just something that you could wear it around your neck.
You could,
Okay.
we'll say for the purposes of this, like, you could attach it to wherever you like. It just needs to be within grasp for you to activate it. So wherever you want to add that onto your character is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Also, mechanically speaking, Faustus is now carrying a shield and a rapier, so he's going to be less frequently able to reach down and grab that to do stuff with it. And it's just his action economy with his hands is starting to get tight.
Okay.
To activate this object, you must touch the symbol engraved on the forehead. So, which is why Faustus always kept it within reach.
You see Raven pull something out of her bag, and you've never seen it before, but based off of what she said about what she saw when she had died, you recognize like a very simplistic version, and it's like a little religious symbol, and you realize that she still has a holy amulet from the Arms of Ankh-Karad, and just she'll sort of remove that part of it off of the necklace, and then she'll replace it with the Oops, No Wait, Go Back.
Interesting.
And then now, I have so many ideas. Okay, I'm just gonna
Alright.
be emotional about that on my own.
So as you fasten it,
What do you do with the holy symbol of Ankara?
She just puts it back in her bag. She doesn't like toss it or anything. She just sticks it in there.
So, as you don your new gift, Faustus and Raven, you also get dressed. For the narrative's sake, also because we are running a little bit over our usual time here, I'm gonna kind of push us in the direction of the festival a little bit. As Renori and Casper get ready, and Casper probably being a little bit distracting during that process, knowing him. And giving Raven and Faustus enough time to catch up. There is one thing I want to note before we push us back to the festival. Renori, Casper gets ready astonishingly fast for him. He just seems sort of distant, not in a bad way, but sort of like he's just wrapped up in thought. And given the conversation you just had, and then earlier from that, it's not that it doesn't go like flash warning bells in your head or anything, but you notice. And just one more time before you leave the inn, he sort of like just puts his hand in his bag, and you see him kind of like fiddle with the cover of the book a little bit. And like the pages, almost like a stem, like he runs his fingers like through the pages of the closed book a few times, and then he fastens the bag back. And he grabs his new coat, the old one still being wrapped very tightly in his bag to keep discreet. And with that, our party reunites, and under the cover of darkness and the brilliant blanket of stars begins your journey down to the now roaring festival, which brings us to Koi. Koi!
That's me.
That's you. So, you are set up at the prime spot. And the festival doesn't have like there are flyers, but there's no at 5 o'clock. It's sort of just people trickling in, coming off of work, shops either closing early or people getting off at the usual time because they're not their own boss, etc., etc. But people just slowly file in until the crowd really begins to blossom. And it's not just localized to the strip of the waterfront. It's like almost from shore to wall that Terranth just upwardly blooms into a place of new life. There are people, like vendors selling like garlands of flowers and beads and little decorations and things for people to wear, some enchanted, some none. People are finding their way through the streets. There are kids running around with sparklers. You see couples taking strolls, husbands arm in arm, and wives, and it's just beautiful. And in the middle of all of this nexus of joy, your music cascades above all. There is just this gorgeous blossoming of your violin above the noise of however many other instruments and bars that are there, and not in a I'm gonna play louder than you kind of way, but there's just something so soulful about what you do that it projects. Hi Raiders! Oh my god. I just you ever just look at your screen. Oh my god. Hi, welcome in. Really quick, we're playing D&D, so I don't want to like break us up really quick and like everything like that. I just want to say hi to everybody. Welcome in. Thank you for the follows that are coming in. Vancouver by Night, thank you for entrusting us with your community. Really cool. Thank you. You're awesome. We're raising money for charity, so you can check out the commands under charity incentive. I think those are the two, and also Cataclysm. Those are the three. We're raising money for charity right now. Yeah, thank you so much again for everybody coming in. I hope you get cozy, enjoy our story. If you want to check out our previous episodes of this campaign, you can go to the YouTube button underneath the Twitch banner here to find the VOD channel and all the previous updates. Okay, coming back to Koi. So Koi,
Yes.
you you are the life of this party.
Let's go.
It's just so damn it. Like, you're it. As people walk by, there are so many people who stop to watch. There's at one point during the night, like, a young couple, late teens, early 20s at the most, who are arm in arm walking. Two young gentlemen that stop, and then they, like, start dancing with each other and slow dancing, and then, like, an elderly couple of man and wife see them and then join into, and then it sort of, like, matching your pace as you slow down and or pick up. Like, there are people walking by, there are people in front of you who have been there for hours, there are people who left and came back to hear more of you, there are people who are stopping for the first time. This is you, Koi, in your prime element, and you are loving it. At some point during the night, Madame Lore would have sort of scooted by. She has her entourage in tow, as usual, both private security and also just some assistants at hand. And of course, as she said, she is dazzling. She walks by in a full ball gown ensemble crafted to look like the wings of a butterfly. The skirt itself just varying, like, the outlines like of a monarch butterfly wing, but in varying colors that are iridescent themselves. So as the light shifts over the gown, it changes through pinks and blues and greens and oranges. And two ornate wings themselves curve out from her back, enchanted. And then she has also, like, what is it? I guess it would be like a shawl, but, like, it connects to her wrist and hand and then dips off of her arm and connects back to the back of the dress.
Bit.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We're talking Beyonce music video budget. We're talking Doja Cat at any awards ceremony. Nicki Minaj going out to the grocery store. Like, this
Can
is...
I add? I kind of want to add some flair to this.
Yeah.
As she approaches, can I do prestidigitation?
Oh, absolutely. What do you think?
I don't know whether, like, if I'm pressing, you know, the bounds of prestidigitation, but could I, like, make it look like there's, like, a poof of butterflies
Oh,
that,
absolutely.
like, trail off of her as she approaches?
If you can do it in Animal Crossing's DLC, you can do it in D&D.
Yeah, that's pretty much the rules,
Oh.
honestly.
Animal Crossing translates perfectly over to D&D.
So I
Yeah,
can
they're
get
the
a
same
mortgage
game.
in D&D is what you're
Yeah.
saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of
Animal
course.
Crossing centers the entire story of Animal Crossing centers around a mortgage, I believe. Am I incorrect?
I just choose not to focus on that
And-
part because it makes me sad.
Hello. Okay.
So,
Let us
no,
live.
There's also a
capitalist
lot of
crook.
there's also a
What's
lot of
happening?
going to other islands and stripping the land of its resources and then just dipping out like nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
Let me deforest an island in peace.
Sachi?
The peach
Sustainable
microphone is really
sustainable
my
peach
favorite.
farming. Sustainable spider farming.
Yeah, it's sustainable. It's fine. The islands they're not. It's fine. I'm not gonna defend
It's an
fictional
invasive species,
colonialism.
okay? I'm doing the world a favor.
I dare a single economist or gamer to explain to me the economics behind how strawberries and
Oh.
peaches exchange rates fluctuate.
We've
And turnips.
ADHD'd too close to the sun again.
We have everybody.
Oh,
Okay,
my wings are melting.
we
Oh,
need to do a
God.
collective comeback. And for everybody coming in for the first time and being like, "What's happening?" Wish I could tell you. There's an ADHD.
We're
tag on-
neurodivergent.
Yeah, there's an ADHD tag on this stream because all of us are afflicted, and it will show. But if you can be patient with us through our tangents and everything, we have a really fun story to tell you
I
tonight.
promise we play D&D.
We do play D&D.
Promise we're cool.
I hope you find it as entertaining and endearing as I
Can't
do.
promise that. Don't speak for all of us.
We have played at least a little D&D today.
I never claim to be cool. It sets people's expectations too
You don't
high.
have to be for it to be true.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
As we're exiting this neurodivergent detour, did I get my shield, or do I have to come back for it?
Oh,
another time?
we'll say you picked it up. We'll say you picked it
Sweet.
up. Yeah. For narrative's sake, because then I'm gonna forget to give it to you next time. It'll be like the end of the next
I
episode.
am
Be like,
dubbing
my
it
shield.
the Crescent Shield.
Nice. Yeah.
And my new armor that I am building is called the Eclipse Armor.
Hell yeah.
And I've renamed my rapier from Maelstrom to Thread Cutter.
Nice.
Yes.
Faustus is always on point. Faustus knows what's up thematically, and I'm here for it. He's never missed.
Faustus understands the importance of fashion at communicating your brand.
Exactly. That's why he got along with Thorn so well. So, Koi, as butterflies emerge off of who seems to be their queen as she approaches, she stops and she just watches you in your element for a moment. And then she just sort of comes closer a little bit. And she drops 50 gold into your tip. And then she gives you a wink. And then she keeps on
wink
moving.
back. I'm gonna wink back and wiggle my tail a little bit in a little dance.
So
That was rich. Damn.
A lot of attention being brought to Koi's cake right now.
mm-hmm.
So
Listen,
Actually, before
you got it, flaunt it.
So true. Before she moves on her
Flaunt
way,
it.
she tips, and we'll say that she stays for a little bit.
On tit? That seems
Um,
appropriate.
you hear Koi, even above the swell of your own music, frantic footsteps. And as you turn, still playing, a little concerned, you see Laurel, who you met earlier. And she is running.
Yeah.
And she has a basic but new lute
Let's go.
in her arms. And you actually see it's like wood burned. Like, you don't know if she bought it like that, or I mean, it's been a little bit since you've seen her. Maybe she had time, but
Few hours.
yeah, it's been personalized a little bit. She comes skidding around the corner into your plot, but doesn't crash into you. Out of
Look
breath.
at her wide-eyed.
She just wheezes and gives you a thumbs up, and Madame Lore makes an amused noise, though you could tell Laurel is on thin ice. She seems on the fonder side at the moment.
Okay.
And I'm gonna roll performance for Laurel. Woo.
Can I inspire Laurel?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm gonna
questions.
Where are my Laurel dice? There they
see.
are.
I know nothing about this character.
They're hot pink. So your Koi wouldn't know this, but for Sachi, do you want to know, or do you want to keep it as it is?
I'm gonna keep it as is.
That's fair. Laurel is all
Yeah.
I will say about you that you would know is Laurel's baby.
Okay.
So
I'm also baby.
what's your
not really,
inspiration die?
I want to say it's a D10, but I
Boss
could be
baby.
wrong. Let me see.
No, I'm sorry. Boss baby just processed. No.
No, I
It's
said
an
baby.
Oscar-nominated
You're also in
film.
charge.
Boss
Okay, I'll
Baby
go with
is an
it.
Oscar-nominated film. Put some
Yeah.
respect
Okay.
on it.
Yeah, I believe Roman Polanski has some Oscars as well. I don't think they imbue.
The
No,
Oscars
I
don't
know.
matter.
No, I know. I
I
still
pay-
run the clip like every once in a while the soundbite of the Oscars being called local runs by my brain.
I pay thousands of dollars to study movies. I promise you the Oscars don't matter. What's your inspiration dice, Sachi?
D10.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, hell yeah.
I gotta do the crab hands, because,
Should I roll performance, or are we just rolling with the fact that I'm just fucking awesome?
We'll
So
go
I'm
with
okay
you
with that.
we'll go with you being awesome.
I want to roll anyway, just because
Yeah,
I want to
go
roll my
for it.
dice.
You said a D10, right?
Yeah. Let's pretend I didn't roll my dice.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see it, so it didn't happen. You said a D10,
This
right?
will be fun. I'll
A
roll
D10,
like
yes.
Here we go. Ooh, okay. Okay. So, at first, she's sort of still heavy breathing. You watch her compose herself. And at first, her fingers trip over the strings, and you can see Madame Lore's lip curl with distaste.
Oh.
And then she takes a shuddering breath, and you watch her face contort, almost like there's an oppressive amount of noise. And it doesn't seem like it's from you. It seems like it's in her head. That face you make, that anxiety face, you know?
Yeah.
And she stops and she straightens her posture and looking still not necessarily imposing, but having a presence even with her clothes too baggy to fit. And she lets her fingers dance upon the strings. And her melody begins to intertwine with yours. And Koi, you have seen talent and skill in your time, both with the people you used to run with and people you've just met along the road. She's good. She's really good. And the sound of your instruments together sends a pleased flutter through the metaphysical wings of Madame Lore. And she gives a dainty little applause and sort of looks around a little bit, like, playful, like, I can't be seen doing this. And she goes ahead and drops a tip. Like, she goes to drop a tip for Laurel, who has not set up anything yet. And Laurel stops suddenly in the song, looks around and goes, and then she pulls out, from behind her back, like she has like a small bag there. It's not magic, but she's like a little, almost like a fanny pack that she's wearing backwards. And she sort of pulls out of that like this piece of red fabric, and she like ties it very almost like shirt sized, a little big, and she ties it and forms like a little makeshift like gold pouch. It doesn't close. It's pretty raggedy, but it's something. And Madame Lore smiles and pleased, and then dips and allows herself another tip for Laurel, same size as yours.
Let's go.
And then they continue on their way, and Laurel, as soon as she like keeps playing, but is like clearly watching Madame Lore walk away, and as soon as
Like
she walks
out of
away,
earshot.
yeah, just squeals, and like goes to count what's there, and just you see there's this light in her eyes. You've inspired her, Koi.
Let's go.
There are probably a few more minutes where you continue to play your set, and then your music continues to waft through the streets of Tarrant as the party makes their way down to the seaside. For the party's sake, what we're going to do is pick up some of the festival proper activities next time. Well, we'll see. As you make your way down to the seaside, you are met also with the bustling of food and drink and beautiful music, and the glittering of lantern upon lantern forming its own tapestry of stars against the dark water. It's beautiful, and you can see all manner of people, from the lonely to groups of friends to families, everybody just throwing lanterns out to sea, and they drift up into the sky and form this river of light up there. And then they slowly continue to drift down and land upon the water, and then drift out of sight entirely. And as this sort of pattern continues and you get used to the hustle and bustle, you would probably find Koi. Koi is pretty apparent. Yeah, Koi is here.
Very pink.
You also find Laurel.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as soon as you round the corner, like, she doesn't see you when you see her. Like, her eyes are closed, and she is vibing.
We're jamming, bro.
You are there's a jam sesh happening, and Raven's seen Koi perform, but even still, we've all seen Koi perform because of the afternoon gig, but this is
oh
wonderful.
my gosh, violin.
No.
No.
Dunk Raven comes out when
Raven
plays. Shannon.
Raven sees. You said we all see Laurel as we round this corner, correct. Raven messages Laurel.
Okay.
Hey.
So, Koi, as you're playing and the sound of the strings melds beautifully with the violin, listen, there are a number of songs, and I don't want to take away anyone's imagination of what's being played, but in my head, it's the instrumental to Toss a Coin to Your Witcher. I just need to say that out loud so other people can experience it.
And so we don't get DMCA.
It's, yeah, that too. So this beautiful melody of both violin and the gentle dance of the lute, so gentle even, it almost reminds you of a harp. Like, there's just a tenderness to the way in which it's played. And Koi, you're on point, you're keeping track of your music, but you're also a little lost in it too. You enjoy what you do. And then you just hear this cacophonous like strings, like when you hit a guitar and it like
makes a
Just clang.
discordant noise.
yeah, exactly, that's the word. I was gonna say it
you
chords
need
at
to have
you
your fingers
angry.
on.
So you hold a chord because then it's August Rush, baby.
Oh my god.
Ever see that movie?
Oh my god.
Freddie Highmore?
Yes, for Nori.
Well, Kristen has a question
yeah,
for the
yeah.
DM. So where we're at right now,
Mm-hmm.
we're like not near where we left the Seahawk, right? Like
No,
we've
you had to
traveled,
you've traveled a while.
and we
Mhm.
left Laurel
Yep.
Mhm.
on the Seahawk.
Laurel is a mermaid though, and we know that, or a siren.
Well, yeah, I know. I just okay. I'm checking because my brain. I had to check because you confirmed what I thought was true, Liz, and therefore my brain is latching on to my thoughts about it. So anyway, continue.
There's this discordant
Just
noise.
a slow explanation of how thoughts work.
Sachi.
Yep.
So Koi, as this discordant noise echoes from next to you and you're sort of startled, can you roll me a performance check to see if you can maintain your own rhythm and flow, your own style and ease, your steez?
22.
Yeah, you're good.
That's low for me. That is low for me.
There's like, you do hesitate.
It's
But
like a
you-
small lull.
Yeah, but it comes off
Yeah.
more thematically than like the music. It stopped. You know? So you're able to realize and you're starting to lull. Like maybe you drag out a note that
It's like
belongs in the
looking
song.
over confused, like, you good, girl? Like,
Yeah.
what's going on?
It's like in the. It's like
So
when it goes freeze. Everybody.
yes,
go
exactly.
dance.
So you look over, and first you see your new friends. You see Renora, you see Raven, you see Faustus, you see Casper at the back, and you also see Tessa. Tessa.
Oh, good.
For the party, yeah, she came back. Don't worry. She said she was out running errands.
I was on my list. I was about to be like, did Tessa show up?
No. She apologized for leaving without notifying you. Had we more time, that would have been a fuller conversation, but that maybe for next time. But she has returned after spending most of the day MIA. So you see your new friends, Koi, but you you see like the vibes are off. Like you see them eyeing Laurel in a way that implies that they know each other, the same way you see Laurel looking like she's seen a ghost.
Raven's also actively pointing at
Yes.
Laurel for the message spell too. So it's like on top of that is like a very obvious like
Boy's like still playing, but like looking very confused.
it's a very silent standoff. Raven, what do you say with your message spell?
hey. Are you sightseeing? Or something?
She's like sweating. She scrambles to pick up the loot. She goes, in replying back to you, something like that. Hi.
Raven's gonna do an insight check. Not as in like a I guess like in a is she lying kind of way. I just want to know like if I could pick up what
What she's putting
her
down.
vibe was underneath all of the oh fuck, what is this like on the top that's obviously going on, you know?
Yeah, sure.
I think
Koi, what's up?
Koi would also want to do an insight check to
Go
just
for
like
it.
make sure like what are the vibes here? Like is this like negative? Like
here,
what's going
right?
on? Like do
Yeah.
they not like Laurel?
Everybody is here.
Faustus will
Yeah.
just be like, Laurel, what the fuck are
I
you doing
can't
here?
see that, Sarah.
Yeah, I know, I realized. I got it at 20.
Okay,
Or 28.
nice. We'll do the insight checks. Insight checks first. But Faustus, I heard you.
Yes.
Renora, did you want to throw something in as well? I saw you open your mouth.
I'll do an insight check, but also once. I guess I'll wait.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Koi
We got a
was
16.
16. Okay, I'll start with you. The vibes are giving you more not Laurel's in trouble like she's in danger, like Laurel's in trouble because she did something, and the party is definitely not expecting to see her. You don't really know what the terms of that are. I mean, you've seen enough like weird vibes in your time. It doesn't seem like she's in any physical danger. It seems like she's being confronted for something.
We caught her stealing cookies at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
that's the vibe
Laurel's
actually.
hands in the cookie jar.
Mm-hmm.
Raven, your insight check is.
I got a 23, by the way.
for an insight check.
So yeah.
Okay, so you probably both are. I'll give you both the same thing because there's not much more to necessarily be divulged. She is afraid at seeing you because she's obviously been caught. She does not seem harmed. It's more the panic of being caught. But she seems fine. She doesn't seem like she's in any duress. She doesn't look physically harmed. She doesn't give any signs of like, she seems fine. She's just more like freaked out because you caught her and you're the last people she thought she was gonna see today. Before
Renori.
when you rounded the corner and you saw her, you would have noticed like also the same way like that she was into her music, like she was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you would have noticed a shift in the vibe to I'm vibing to oh god, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Renori would kind of like round in on her.
Mm-hmm.
Not aggressively, just kind of like maybe more like urgently, like wanting to know.
Is she obviously performing?
She was when you walked up. Yeah.
But she stopped, right? Because she
she stopped
tripped.
because Raven's voice echoed into her head.
Okay.
And then she opened her
Alright.
eyes and the entire party was standing in front of her.
Well, is she still like she's still on stage and everything?
There's
right?
not
And,
it's not
like,
really a little
Koi-
stage. It's more of like it's like a road that's being used as a sidewalk in the same way like there are paved bike paths that look like roads.
Mhm.
It's sort of like that. And then
Yeah,
the
Koi,
plots
like made her like little space.
Right. The plots are just like little busking stations set up alongside that so you can encounter them amongst merchants and everything. So it's less of a stage and more of like, okay, here's my tip jar, here's a bench I can sit on, here's where my equipment cases are going, etc., etc.
It's like a con booth.
Yeah, it's like a con booth without the booth. It's just you get a spot to stand in.
It's a square.
It's
I
a
didn't
square.
hear it because when I write things, my brain shuts out all other forms of information. But whatever Faustus asked earlier, was that ever?
Oh, Faustus was like, "What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?"
What the fuck are you
Okay.
doing here?
Oh,
well,
got it.
Faustus doesn't dislike Laurel. It's just that like he doesn't take Laurel very seriously because more like a couple of times she's like fucked him specifically over in combat with her song.
Yeah.
And like she went off and got in some trouble that we had to get her out of, and it was just like he sees her as kind of like
An
member
annoying
of the
younger
family,
sister you
but kind of
constantly
like
have to-
exactly like he's
yeah.
constantly having to pull her out of trouble. So he's just like, "What? Why are you here? You're gonna get yourself into trouble, and we're gonna have to get you out of it." Is his attitude kind of is like, "What the fuck are you doing here?
I think
You're supposed to stay
Raven's
on,
probably
supposed
the
to stay on the
most
ship.
In the middle
Raven,
of
I
all
We've
of
got
this,
other things to be thinking about. We need to be focusing on the stones, and you're here, and it's not."
in the middle of this, Casper also pushes his way forward and kind of just leans his arm on Minori's shoulder a little bit, like, Laurel, are those my clothes? And she, like, louder goes, and then eventually...
Oh my god, those are your clothes.
Those are totally my clothes. She kind of, like, manages to sort of rein herself in a little bit. She goes, okay,
Did you try to disguise yourself with clothes that we would recognize?
No.
Did
did
you
you just have
kill
to
everyone
borrow
on the
clothing?
Seahawk?
What?
What?
I'm kidding.
Okay.
Oh,
why
That
are
was
you
really
here?
harrowing. That was really harrowing for me.
Gallows
Personally,
humor.
God, I didn't think y'all would be here.
Well,
We didn't
we
think
were.
you would
Lot
be
of
here,
questions.
Laurel. You were supposed to stay on the ship.
I know.
What brings you to Terra?
Just the visual image of
So-
going off to the side, still being like, yeah,
yeah.
this is weird.
So, listen.
Raven will usher them to like a separate like area, so we're not like within the busking area
Okay.
that Koi is in.
So
that it's
very
not
much
very,
trying
like,
to, like,
weird.
Koi,
Yeah.
if you would like to try and eavesdrop, you can. Just roll me a perception check.
100%.
Yeah, roll me a perception
It's just
check.
like Raven knows
Don't have
one
to try
thing.
hard.
Raven knows one thing, and it's you don't fuck with someone's money. And like I feel like having a very weird confrontation in the same area as the busking
Yeah.
would do that. So she's just like, let's just.
17.
Yeah. Like, they're not, what you're doing is trying to pierce through the noise of your violin to tune it out without going out of tune. While also sort of drowning out the ambient noise of people walking past, people who come up to you and compliment you on your music and, being respectful to them, so that they give you money, while also keeping
Very
in tune with that.
talented.
And also not looking like you're listening to them so you don't drive away anybody. It's a very delicate balance and you manage it. We'll say you probably hear the conversation unless anybody specifically lowers their voice.
I was gonna say Faustus kind of recognizing similar to what Raven was noticing, that they're kind of making a scene right by her busking station. As he's talking to Laurel, just kind of paces over and just absentmindedly drops a rather substantial bag of coin into the tip jar.
Koi's making bank today.
He drops 25 gold.
Do I get to keep
Oh.
this?
Yes.
Yeah, well, you know what? No, never mind. It's not as cool now. We're gonna.
What did you want?
I'm gonna do it later. I'm gonna do it later.
Okay. So
We'll do it live.
Laurel
We'll do it
is
live.
attempting to answer all of your questions. Okay. I'm sorry. So I was on the Seahawk. And I've been practicing. I was playing for a lot of the Sailor Boys, and they really liked it, and it was nice. And Ripley has been she doesn't know a lot about music, but she's really nice, and so playing for her and some of the other folks. And well, I was kind of hanging out with Boomstick, which Casper specifically told me not to do if I didn't want to get myself in trouble. And I recognized that. But Boomstick is really fun. And so we were having some drinks, and she told me about, like, how she used to like running into bards when she was like running with her old crew, because she just liked music. And so I played for her, and she was like, oh, you're good, and like that weird grumpy way she does. And so I just kind of kept thinking about like how I wanted to do something with my music and prove myself, and it feels like I kind of screwed that up for y'all a lot, but like I don't know, I feel like I'm capable and stuff. So I asked around some of the guys if they knew any contests or anything, and they did, and they were telling me there was I asked Fishhook before I left, so I wasn't just like going somewhere random, but Fishhook also told me about this festival and stuff, and I was like, that sounds cool. So I packed some of Casper's clothes, and she like does not make eye contact. And I swam a while, and I don't know where I ended up, but it wasn't here. And then like I was in the city. I wasn't in the right part, and Tessa found me, and she was very upset with me. Also not making eye contact. But like I'm here now, and I just was hoping I could like slip out for a night. I don't know, make some coin, and then go back to the ship and be like, hey, I did it. I don't know, and then y'all can be rid of me, and I don't have to bother you anymore.
Okay.
We're not worried about you bothering us. You understand that
Boy makes a face at that.
Faustus looks like
slips up a
actually
little
like
bit.
in pain. He looks like he's in pain. He's like,
I just
Raven is
The
the
world
most chill about this,
hangs.
maybe.
The world hangs by threads. All of our dreams will be dead if that happens. If what Mephisto and these others entities are planning happens, all of our dreams are dead. That's the priority right now. That's what we have to do, is get that done. And then we could worry about shooting our shot in the music industry.
Laurel
Boy
Laurel,
makes a very
to
harsh
keep you-
face.
I'd like to
Laurel,
keep you alive until then, Laurel.
Laurel, in a motion kind of unlike her up until now, straightens her spine, and she makes eye contact with you, Faustus, and she goes, that's what y'all are doing, because I'm not with you. I'm sitting on a boat, and my family doesn't want me, and I can't sing because it hurts people, so this is my dream. This is my dream, and if it's gonna die, then I might as well do it, because I'll die too. This is what I can do. I can't. Last time I sang, I almost got you killed, and that's not what I want. And no one's gonna take a girl like me anyway, so this is what I can do. This is what I want to do. I was gonna bring back some coin for the ship, and that's it. So I respect your mission, y'all, and I hope you succeed for your safety and everybody else's. But I don't
Raven
know.
puts a hand on Faustus's shoulder. In a very like, I understand where Faustus is coming from, but like a little bit of like a lowering of intensity, perhaps. Perhaps
Peace
like-
and love. Shut up.
Laurel's response, by the way, I just want to make sure it comes across right. It doesn't seem like she's coming from a place of, but the world is good, Papa. Like it's very much like, she gets it. It's like the attitude of the band on the Titanic.
Yeah, I think that
I just
the
wanted to make
unofficial
sure.
slogan of the Stormborn's curse family being YOLO is a very poignant attitude. But Raven's eyes are very soft looking at Laurel. And part of Raven also feels proud of Laurel. If like Laurel is trying to do like any kind of insight check to how Raven or anybody, but like that's kind of like the vibe that she's giving out right now.
She's assumed she's in trouble. She's internalized it already.
Okay then. Raven's passive insight is pretty high, so she's just gonna say,
do we know how old Laurel is?
No.
Laurel.
Hmm?
I get it. I mean, you told Fishhook, and Fishhook is in charge all the time, but also especially when Casper is gone.
Casper nods.
And I mean, it's not like you snuck off in the middle of the night. It's just we didn't know because we couldn't know.
Yeah, you weren't really supposed to know at all. This is like the worst luck I've ever had. Like, not that I'm not happy to see y'all. I'm really happy to see y'all. This is just like the worst possible thing that could have happened at this moment, I think, maybe?
Are you having fun?
Yeah. The only thing I wish is that Ripley was here, but Tessa told me it wasn't a good idea.
I'm glad you're fond of Ripley.
I like her.
Tessa told you it wasn't a good idea? So you ran this plan through Tessa.
Yeah.
Yes, how did you manage to do that?
I need to clarify. And Renori's gonna, like, put a hand on Laurel. I'm not, like, angry with you. I just like knowing things. And there's a lot I don't know right now, and especially about this situation, and I just found out a new thing I don't know, which is how Tessa's involved. So, and Renori's gonna turn towards Tessa.
You turn towards Tessa. Gone. She's not there. And then you hear Casper kind of curse gently, and then he, like, bends down, and in his arms is, like, a gray house cat with very bright blue eyes, looking very much like it's been caught in trouble, very similar to Laurel's expression.
Renori's gonna grab the cat and do the long cat thing, you know, the long Gary, and, like, stare at Tessa. I just want to know. I just want to understand.
Don't shake her while you're doing that.
I'm. It's just Kristen shaking. It's
Tessa
not,
blinks.
actually.
She just blinks.
You're just like,
no, I would never do that.
I mean, I don't know.
If I had to venture a guess, Laurel didn't get here by swimming here. Tessa probably helped her get here.
Oh no, I swam. I just, like, ended up at the wrong part of the docks, and I didn't know where the contest was, and I didn't really have, like, a place to change without being seen, and I just happened to run into Tessa, which should have told me y'all were here, but I really didn't connect that.
Tessa said it was a bad idea to bring Ripley. That was after you met Tessa here.
Oh,
not
yeah.
before you decided to bring... Okay, I think we all thought that she was saying she talked to Tessa before she decided to leave.
Oh, no, yeah, no. Like,
okay.
If Tessa's going back to the Seahawk, she's probably bringing you guys.
Right, that was the suspicion. Which
yeah.
Why did it raise a lot of red flags and alarms if she was doing that without talking to us about it? Especially because I didn't see her all day. I just got, like, super, like, wait a second.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Pepe de Silva, all the red.
I actually thought that this was a plant because I also thought it was just like, oh, before Laurel left, she somehow talked to Tessa about it. I was thinking, did Laurel hatch this plan before we even left the Seahawk?
Long con, before you met her. she has it written on seashells.
She didn't swim. She's actually been in one of the saddlebags, chilling.
Yeah, so I was just
She's been
here,
Wesley
like,
the whole time.
Squinting really
Tessa's
hard,
been feeding her leftover
trying to
food.
get that. Yeah.
Enough. We've done it again.
Tessa's had her in a bag of holding with a straw so she could breathe.
God, no. Coming back. Laurel is in front of you, and she's sort of, like, you know, still trying to posture some sense of bravery, and Renori very sternly looking at Tessa as a cat. Koi, you're getting all of this? Hilarious. Like, these guys are so weird. They're so
I'm with it.
Yeah, their vibes are great. They're just weird. Renori
Plays a jaunty tune.
Is there anything else you would like to say? Anything else you'd like to impart upon Tessa?
As a cat.
Renori will just, like, adjust to holding Tessa comfortably like a cat.
She sort of bumps your arm with her head. Like, yeah.
Not mad at you either, by the way. I'm just fucking confused.
She looks up at you and just meows.
Meow.
Yes.
No,
off for a
Renori
second,
meow.
that
No,
Ren-
Renori meows back.
Oh.
She's like meow.
Oh. I
What the hell is happening?
so emotional.
Yeah,
Faustus,
I don't
Faustus is in
know.
character.
Is Faustus
Why
still
are you
really
meowing?
wound up?
Why are you meowing at that cat? Faustus is extremely wound up about this entire situation.
This is Tessa,
Okay.
Faustus.
That's Tessa.
Oh,
She wild
all
shit.
right. Why?
Stress and anxiety, I presume.
Absent-mindedly, Raven, like without, I don't think that she's doing this like consciously, but she's like rubbing a little circle on Faustus's back in like comfort.
Koi.
All right, G.
Just wait until we find the hot NPC that makes you crack, and then that's it.
Mm-hmm.
He's just.
There's
Faustus
always
is just
one.
like- he
Versace, then
just
Koi.
sighs. He sighs and his shoulders just drop a little bit, and he's just like, "We've just had." I'm not saying stopping in Ricard for Ripley wasn't worth it, or any of the other things we've stopped to do, but we just have had so many distractions from the one thing that we're supposed to be doing, and I'm worried. The end of the world, preventing the end of the world, it's more important than all of these things.
Casper,
I
Casper turns a little bit to face you
Success
better.
isn't guaranteed. We can fail or run out of time.
You don't have to agree with me, Faustus. But to me, these little distractions remind you what you fight for in the face of the big thing. We all know what we have to do. But if we think about it all the time, it's gonna break us. Indulge a little. We all have something.
I will agree, Faustus. I am, or at least I do often worry about what other priorities, what the the effect will be on the other end, on the other thing that we are up to, gathering the stones. What do extra days of not having some of them, what does that mean? What are the repercussions
guess
we
we
don't
have-
know about?
We have some small comfort in knowing that if anyone is going around collecting the other stones, they'll at least have to kill the rest of us before they can get to the last three.
Yeah, and that's not gonna be easy.
True. That is a small comfort.
That is some comfort. I'll make sure Lilith stays up at night to watch over us while we sleep,
At this
lest we be
moment,
stabbed.
I also, Laurel was right. She's not doing the quest alongside us, and asking her to completely put on pause her life and wants and desires as she was essentially left behind is incredibly it's an unfair expectation. And I think that her coming here to perform for a night and have a moment where, like a lot of you said, where she feels what is the joy of living isn't bad. So she isn't impeding us on our journey, and she's also not doing anything inherently malicious or wrong. She's just going out for the night, and that's fine.
I'll go back as soon as tonight's over. I'll go back.
No, we know.
Yeah. You see her like wringing a piece of fabric, and the three of you now would recognize it, that it's Ripley's old bullseye shirt that she's tied into a tip bag, and she's just sort of like wringing her hands into the fabric.
Raven will pull out a gold and place it into the tip bag.
Laurel very clearly stifles a sob. And she just smiles at you. Look, I'll go. I'm gonna go.
You can stay and enjoy the festival.
Faustus pulls out Amander's end and gives it to Laurel.
She takes it, and
If you're going to be off the ship, you should have something to defend yourself with.
thank you. You see as she takes it, the same way, Faustus, your daggers almost move through and over your fingers as you mess with them with like an ease and a lightness. This blade responds similarly to her touch. And she sort of seems fascinated with it, and then she just sort of tucks it into her boot.
This one isn't as cool, but here, I have too many of these.
Oh.
Raven also just hands like a plain dagger to her.
Okay.
I honestly need to get rid of them. I have 4.
Faustus reaches back behind his cape and pulls out Balance and Fang and says, "You do want to carry one for each hand."
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
It's the daggers back.
Thank you, guys.
I'm sorry if what I said seemed harsh, Laurel. I just
I didn't take it personally, Faustus. I never
the clock is
pry.
ticking. It's counting down, and each moment is valuable. How we use them matters.
I know. And I never pry, but I always sort of have an awareness of how everyone's feeling. And if I thought you were mad at me, nothing. So
If I could be allowed to disagree with Tessa, he looks at the cat. I think if you go out,
Honori's like,
she
I think if
tilt
you,
like
if you plan to
shoves
go out
her
again,
head into like the crook of Renori's arm, so she doesn't have to be accountable for her actions.
I think if you go out again, you should take Ricky with you.
Yeah?
And travel alone.
I agree.
These
Okay.
are dangerous times.
Oh, also here, and Renori gives her 1 healing potion.
Okay, yeah, she'll take it. And she, for lack of, like, she has a small fanny pack that she manages to, like, attach to her back that she manages to squish it down into. Thank you.
Laurel gets a message in her head. I'm gonna roll something real quick.
Oh,
Hold on,
boy.
do I do this? Well, that was a 17 on the die. Also, if, any feelings prop up as you are adventuring or traveling with Ripley, I think that's a chance that's would be, if you were willing to take it, would be worth it.
She just sort of turns pink, and she responds back to you in your head. Okay, yeah, I don't know if Rip's gonna be too keen on leaving because of John, but he's making some progress, so maybe. And, like, she starts to ramble, and then the spell, like, cuts off.
Raven can cast it again, and she'll just go, I think that you would find that your affections would be reciprocated. If you were open to that.
All the music was very good and didn't seem to be hurting anyone this time, so don't be too hard on yourself. He puts 25 gold in her and tip that as well. And then starts looking for purses on wealthy people to steal to recoup his losses as soon as possible.
As one does. You'll probably be able to do that quite easily, honestly. I don't see that coming with a cost, and this is something you're very skilled in, so go ahead and recoup your losses. If you would like to try and grab for more, we can do the checks and everything like that, but if you're just evening out, I don't see any problem.
Evening out is fine by me.
It looks like you've just handed this girl the world into the palms of her hand. And she has this, like, glow about her, like she's found a purpose. And she gives each of you just a very lingering look, like she's really taking you in, and smiles.
Raven would give her a hug.
She gives you a hug as she has to stand on her tippy toes because she's tiny. And then after a moment, she's gonna bound back over to where Koi is. And Koi, at what at first seemed like such a tense confrontation, again, not hostile.
I feel like Koi was like trying to like play music that like to the crowd like still sounded good, but was like narrate like like
narratively
like
applicable music,
matching the vibe.
Yeah.
Dawson steps up, El Tango de Roxanne starts playing.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
As the music shifts to something more joyful, as Laurel bounds back over to you, picks up her lute, and again begins to play. The night is young but oh so fruitful. The party, you all make your way along. I'm just trying to streamline this because we are so over time. You make your way along the boardwalk and spending time together. Those of you who wish to send up lanterns together are able to.
Me. Right.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. As soon as there are people gradually doing it, but there's a moment in the night where everybody goes and does, like, there's a big wave of people who do it. And those of you who wish to release lanterns with wishes, you may. There is no custom that says whether or not you should share your wish after, like, oh, it's not going to come true if you say it. But most people still hold to the faith that a wish in secret is a wish come true. And so people are releasing that. You see various bards set up in numerous different places, and their music all creating this wonderful just tapestry of light and joy. The night wanes on. Libations are available. And at one point during the night, there's a faint crackle in the air. And it gets a little more aggressive, like an ambient static. You all feel it. And in just the loudest thunderclap you have ever heard echoes across the boardwalk. People scream. Children start crying. It starts to fade into aftershocks that get quieter and quieter, and then the sky ignites into bright purple white as lightning begins to rain down upon the sea. What was once a relatively calm surface of the water begins to swirl and shift and roil and kick. All of you feel wind as it begins to whip past your forms, taking with it ambient pieces of clothing that smack into your skin at various points. At one point, the wind gets very strong. And you see, like, people not as strong, or maybe not finding a place to sort of, like, buffer themselves against this, losing their balance and being dragged towards the water. Koi, you're set. As good as you are, this scares you. And
No, I'm gonna send you a DM.
Yeah, your music comes to a halt, unlike you. And you watch as, from earlier, the young mother and that little satyr boy that you saw in the tower clearing, as they run by you, the mother clutching tightly to her son, trying to find some semblance of shelter. She trips. She pushes him. And he stumbles, his hooves catching into the stone in a very similar way that you use to bound, as she tumbles into the water.
Wait.
I jump in.
Okay.
Can I do
I'm
that?
gonna say yes, you can. I'm gonna give Koi this moment. Give Koi this moment. Koi. Without thought, you leap in. Are you holding your instrument, or would you put your
Put that shit
instrument?
away.
You
I put
your
that.
shit away, right?
I mean, I don't like throw it to the ground. I mean, it's porcelain looking, but it's sturdier than that. But like I do. I think when this started, she quickly like lowered her instrument and like kind of
Mhm.
like settled herself and like set things down because like what the fuck is happening? But yeah, no, she doesn't have it on her.
You dive into the water, and you can see her face as she sinks. She's trying to get to the surface, but she's not able at this moment. And as you swim after her, her image fades and fades and fades from view. You grab her hand, and the salt water here is stinging your eyes. Like this area where we're at is still salt water. It is a small sea that passes through the center of Faerun. So your eyes burn and your lungs burn, and it is just this dark depth. And you start pulling as much as you can. Your hooves not suited to aquatic travel. Can you roll me an athletics check, please?
I'm sweating.
Welcome to the team,
anything.
Sachi.
Okay. Athletics.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 21.
You start swimming and kicking and using the strength of your legs to propel you, almost like a frog, propel you upwards towards the surface. And it's not that the woman isn't trying to help, but she doesn't know how to swim. And so she's trying to follow you, but inherently her weight against your arm is slowing you down. And you can see the warbled surface and the moon sort of above the waves. And as you breach water, you come up, your head sort of breaching the surface, and kind of like your hair sort of stringed down into your face. And as you get your bearings in and go to deposit the woman onto the shore side, you notice two things. One, there is no shore side anymore. And two, there's no woman anymore. Koi, in front of you is a vessel that you know very familiarly. A vessel from a fleet you once played for, and the loss that defined you to this day. And you can hear from the top of the lantern-lit surface where the happiest wedding is going on, the rhythm of your bandmates as they play their final song. Going over to Renori. The wind picks up. There is a thunder.
All right, I see.
You strap it in?
I see.
Hold on, give me a minute.
Yep. All right.
I'm gonna do some.
On-stream
I'm
triple
gonna
rip.
fucking cry
God.
again. Let's go.
I'm doing something. I'm breaking this narrative flow for a moment to ask you as players, in a way I've asked you before, to trust me and let this narratively happen, for you will have plenty of chance to explore these strange new worlds once you emerge into them.
Yep. Nope. You're fine. Go.
I'm asking you to go with this lack of control, and I hope that's okay, and if it's not, check in with me.
It's rad and I'm terrified.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Cool. That's exactly what I wanted.
Retweet.
Shit on the carpet.
I did
In
shit.
a good way.
Renori. The wind buffets you. And stuff starts flying down the boardwalk as this picks up. People are running for their lives. And the lightning and the thunder continues, and it builds in this horrible symphony that takes over, drowns out, and annihilates all of the music that was once here. And you hear whispers pass by your ears. Familiar voices. Your old friends. And then it shifts. And you hear Casper's voice. And as you turn, you are no longer standing on the boardwalk in Tarynth, but on the
Yeah?
deck of the Seahawk.
Okay.
And the storm has followed you. The ship is roiling and it's being tossed around like a toy on the surface of bathwater. It's nothing like you've ever seen, and judging by the sailors' fear, nothing like they've ever seen. And you see Casper at the helm, fearless as ever, navigating. The lightning and the thunder continues to strike. There are rocks that poke up out of the water, and every once in a while, the ship unnaturally bays and shifts to avoid wrecking entirely. In that way, you've become familiar with that strange attunement beyond what a ship's movement should be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
And after a bit, the storm quiets. And things shift around you in such a smooth way that you're not even entirely sure you saw or witnessed what you did. There was rainwater splattered across your face. The wind still buffeted once you were in your clothing, your normal standard outfit and armor. But as you turn and take it all in, the scenery shifts, and you turn back, and the Seahawk is dropping anchor. It's a glistening, sunny day. There are clouds in the sky and birds sort of dart past. And Casper immediately walks up to you and he links your pinkies, and you sort of are drifting, still conscious and of your own volition. You feel you. You just don't know where you are. And he smiles, and he gives you a kiss. And the gangplank is arranged, some of the sailors smiling at you all. And he leads you down a beachward path and up a series of cliffs to a little cottage overlooking the sea. Home. It resonates. Home. Raven. The little scrunch of fear that everybody shares is really fun. Raven. As the wind and rain hits your skin and the lightning and thunder crashes before you, it shifts from the anger of a storm beyond control, of wrath and fury only nature could conjure, to being controlled by you. You feel in your hands the wrath, the power, and the ability to smite. And as you sort of come to your awareness, the walls around you are familiar ones, and they are drenched in blood. And in your grip, your crackling, silver-glowing grip, is the severed head of Caliban Verdot. You're breathing heavily. You're exhausted. But you did it. You did it. You sort of take in everything again. Drop the head. It rolls. You hear behind you Faustus's voice. Just a very gentle, Raven, you alright? And he is similarly drenched in blood. Fang within his grasp. You did it together. It's time to go home. Faustus, as the wind and rain hits you, and you feel yourself, despite your grip and posture being firm, sliding against the cobblestones, you hear a crackling that transitions from the ambient lightning to that of a flame within a fireplace. And as you look around, you see a familiar sight. The headmaster's office. Though you are not in your robes like before. Within your grasp is Fang, also coated in blood. And before you, your old headmaster. Dead. Your doing.
This is a better dream than the last one. In the last dream he had, through some magical means, he tried to stab his headmaster right at the end, and the dream cut out before he got to.
Mm-hmm. This is... balance is important to you. And of course, you want revenge. You need it. People from Ivory Towers have been spitting on you and your family their entire lives. It's the reason you do what you do. Besides inherent curiosity, of course. And you've just rid the world of one more spirit. It's a good thing. And with your attunement to balance, you know all will be right within the school, of course. Elric, as modest as he is, will make an excellent headmaster. And there's some comfort in that. As you turn to make your swift escape and disappear into the night, preferably unseen, as these things go, you turn and find yourself in a new place. Not new. Home. A workshop. Vaulted ceilings, though not ornate in the sense of opulence, but ornate in the sense of craftsmanship. You sanded these beams yourself, after all. Tables upon tables with new bracers and designs and sketches of testing your ability to imbue magic into objects, of recordings of your trials and your failures. Thankfully, there have not been many failures. There's a fire crackling in the fireplace on the opposite side of the room, just far enough to keep from being irritating should you ever get warm. Up on a beam in front of a giant window overlooking the sunset, just sort of out of the way, there's a little nestle of blankets, and you can see where Lilith is coiled tightly, and her wings sort of, as she burrows into herself and sleeps. Her tail sort of hanging errantly off the edge of the rafter. There are blankets for you up there too, but you haven't found much need for them lately. The bed is done just fine. And you can hear, in the other room, sort of musical sense of humming. And you know that voice, and it comes to you in an instant. Raven. That's right. It's Raven. She was in the bath. You had to get cleaned up. You look around and sort of take things in, and yeah, this is right. It's home, after all. And the four of you settle in as whispers continue to rush past your mortal ears. And that's where we're going to end this episode of Stormborn's Curse.
Fuck.
To be fair, I need to say this out loud. Okay? To be fair, I was like, oh, they're not going to want to talk to each other. That was my first mistake. They're going to go to the festival. And then we could do all of this damage, and then there'll be time to, like, unpack it.
No.
So,
You're just leaving us on that.
yeah, so I'm gonna check in after with everybody on Discord and make sure we're all doing okay. But thank you for hanging out. This is your first time here, and you're like, dear God, stop. Hi, welcome in. I hope you enjoyed this episode, Stormborn's Curse. This is our 5th edition homebrew Dungeons and Dragons homebrew. I said that already. Long-term adventure.
5th edition.
Yeah, 5th
Dungeons
edition.
and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Homebrew.
Wait, did I mention
Long-term
it's
D&D.
5th edition?
Pirate themed. That's the one I didn't say.
And gay.
Pirates.
And gay. Yes, gay pirates.
D&D.
Right. If you enjoyed what you saw today, or you want to see an episode where I maybe don't bully people with their backstory, why would you want to see that? But, like, if you do, there is a VOD channel with a playlist of our previous episodes, and it's going to be updated really soon, I pinky promise. We're up until episode 36 on the playlist, and this is episode 40, so there's a chunk missing, and I usually don't let it get this bad, but I've just had a lot going on in my personal life, so I haven't been able to upload it as regularly as I want to, but those are all going to go up there with some technical fixes for our 37th episode, because we had an audio issue that unfortunately was not able to be fixed. So that's part of the holdup, is I have to now go dub over 2 hours of our content so that it's intelligible. So it's gonna take a while, so I hope everybody's able to be patient with me, and I apologize for that. I hope you like what you saw. If you did, and you especially enjoyed the wonderful performances from our cast, please go give them a follow. If you do !pals, you can find everybody's links. But everybody here is wonderful and fantastic, and you should keep up with all of their projects, because they motivate me to do what I do. No you.
No, you.
Reverse card. Uno reverse card times 1,000.
No.
Oh wait, there's a command for this.
Yeah.
Wait.
It's pals, right? What's
Waiting.
happening?
Boom. Okay, I found it.
Oh, wow, there's a command for that. That's adorable. When did you do that?
I don't know,
Okay.
but I also have this one.
Nice. Everybody here also, I like to say it every once in a while, we did have a other member of our Stormborn's Chris family, Tide, who many people knew and loved, and Chris had to step away for a little bit for the game, for personal reasons, so Sachi is now our new permanent member. Sachi's not going anywhere. If Chris comes back, Chris will just join the pot, and I'm going to figure out where to put my camera. But you should also go and give Chris love too, because Chris is wonderful. And we are still an all-queer cast and a diverse cast, and I'm very, very happy about the
Like
narratives
gay,
that allows us
baby gay.
to tell. Oh,
Hold on.
yeah. Hold on. Yeah, nope. Mhm.
Baby gay, not gay baby. Other
That
way.
needed an Uno reverse.
Yeah, just like a little switch.
So,
Yeah.
with that being said, normally we're not that heavy, so I hope everybody in chat takes an opportunity to cleanse, to sort of decompress, to process. If you like this and y'all, like, listen, I would love to be a part of a show that gets live tweeted about. That's something, like, I've always thought about, you know? Like, that's just, I think it's so cute. Like, if you're
Work
having
on it.
feelings right
I know
now,
some people.
yell at me on Twitter about it. I think it's funny.
Oh, Will, I like it here very much.
But last thing, before everybody leaves for the evening, that I just want to mention one more time, we are still raising money for charity throughout everywhere until July. We're raising money for the Marsha P. Johnson Institute to help Black trans people across the country. That fundraising goes for when I'm live with Stormborn's Curse. There are incentives that apply to Stormborn's Curse now. I'm going to make up a new graphic over the weekend, but all of the ones that apply to our Cataclysm series, which is a mini-series set in this fantasy version of Faerun, centuries and centuries and centuries prior, and the action of those players as we raise money for charity and cause wild magic surges and all sorts of nonsense will impact how and why the continent of Faerun is now in 2 pieces in our present day in Stormborn's Curse and any other adventures I run set in this version of Faerun. It's a huge, huge thing. I just, like I said before, I've been saying this throughout the stream, I really do want to just help people. This is not a transactional experience. I don't want to pressure anybody into feeling like they have to spend money, but if you're going to put your money somewhere this summer, even if it's just a couple dollars, the cost of your average coffee can get a bunch of resources for somebody in need. So there are fun rewards for it. We have really great community goals. We're at 125 out of 500 for our overall community goal that ends in July. There's all sorts of, I'm gonna write fan fiction if we hit a certain goal for Stormborn's Curse. Like there's all kinds of stuff. You can make me play certain games, cosplay, all sorts of stuff. Very excited about that. Please spread the word, check it out. I'm gonna be tweeting about it more and more. I think that's the thing. I think it's being recorded, so I don't want to say it in case it's not being streamed and then I ruin it and I get in trouble. But I have a thing. I think that's it. Oh, wait, I forgot to say where you can find me and stuff. The PALS command tells you where to find everybody else but me. I'm here, every Friday running this game, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here, unless we start late like we did today. But I'm also here on Mondays, around 1 or 2 Eastern, depending on how I'm feeling, and we play fun games. And on Monday, fingers crossed, should everything go all right, I'm gonna be playing Fortnite for the first time with Kristen, Sarah, and Sachi. And I'm terrified. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be
Great.
fun.
That'll be great.
And then Wednesday, if you want to see me play Portal, if you want to see GLaDOS bully me specifically, me and my great friend Nick, he and I are going to be playing through the Portal 2 co-op levels. We're going to continue that over on the Infinity Break Gaming channel at 7:30 Eastern on Wednesday. And if I'm feeling spicy, I might stream before that, might pre-game the stream with another stream. I know.
Yo.
Right? So there's that, and then on Friday, of course, you can find me right here, along with all of these wonderful people. So, that's all I have to say. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you to all the new friends. Thank you for the raids. Thank you to Nathan and Vancouver by Night for entrusting me with your communities. It means a lot. And if you came over from the raid and you stayed, I hope you like it here. I hope to see you again soon. And if you're one of our returning veterans, or this is your very first time, I also hope to see you again soon. With that, we're going to actually end the episode now so we can all go to, well, not all of us go to sleep. I'm going to go to sleep. And we'll see you next week for another episode 41. Bye-bye.